Okay, hi, everybody. Now calling the Sherborn Conservation Commission meeting of March 23rd, 2023 to order at 7:16. And each of the members should just announce themselves as present for the Zoom recording. Michael Lesser, present.
Jacob Strauss, present.
Carol McGarry, present.
Steve Scrimshaw, present.
I'm present and accounted for now.
Okay, fine. We've got a quorum of 5. Okay, review of the agenda. We've got I know there's a site issue related to a beaver thing, but I think we could just do that under site issues. That just was brought to attention by DPW. Are there any other issues or any issues that came up in the last 48 hours to amend the agenda?
No.
Okay, hearing
Just the
none.
question- Just the question of whether our next meeting is still virtual, is that just announcements or something else?
Well, let me just say that we're not changing the agenda, then I'll deal with that, then I'll move on. Oh, okay. So Matt, announce yourself as present.
Present, sorry.
Good. Geez, I don't know, after all these years, that took 3 seconds longer than it should.
I know, I had it minimized. It was causing me a problem.
Okay, so I got 6 of us here. I don't know, I haven't heard anything. Joyce, did you learn something today about it?
No, except just that there has been nothing mentioned yet, and we have until the 31st. So at the moment, we do not know where our next meeting will be.
Okay. I don't know if anybody else has as to the next meeting agenda. It happens to be a sort of a family holiday for me, and it's maybe a holiday for some, religious holiday for some others, that I possibly won't be around on the, if we're going to stay with the 6th. I don't know if anybody else has any issues with April 6th, wherever we meet. I know
I'll be in Spain.
All right, Steve will be away.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any issues on April 6th such that we might want to consider changing it?
Yeah, I have plans for Passover as well.
So I've already got 3 of us and we don't have, let me ask you all about, what about April 13th? Since to play it safe, whether that works better. I know, Steve, you're still traveling.
That would be better only because we got off kilter, obviously, a couple weeks ago. And if we stay on the 6th, that means we're going to likely go on the 20th, which is April vacation, which will probably cause at least a handful of us a problem.
Oh,
So
I
if we
see.
go to the 13th, then we're back on kind of what our schedule had been. And, you know, I try to game it out a couple weeks in advance, and that would be better for me anyway.
Okay, so the 13th works for you, works, I assume, for Carol and me better. How about Courtney?
Doesn't matter to me. I'll do whatever.
Jacob?
Yeah, that's fine. Either one's fine.
Okay, then we will do the 13th for our next meeting, even though we don't know where it's going to be. I guess it is a little amazing that they cut it down to the last minute on this legislation for something. I would like to think that they can make a lot of people more comfortable if they had already acted well in advance of this. Okay, moving on. Okay, we've got 7:20. We have discussion of land management. Take it away, Kelly. I assume this is about the plant management contract.
Great majority of it. And
Okay,
Xenia Wild is with us. Carol is a member of the group. Sam Nelson is at the Town Forest Committee meeting in person. Can't join us. And we worked pretty hard on the vegetation management proposal, but first want to deal with a couple of hopefully much quicker things. We gave you a report of current activities, which I don't think need any comment, and a proposal for 2 more reservation identification signs. The commission approved 3 a short while back, which were done by Star Sign, $700 a piece. Forest and Trail Association paid for them. At the time, we said that this was sort of a test, the next group of them, and if it worked out well, there would probably be others. So here is the first 2 of what may be 5 others. And the proposal is for the commission to authorize it and also to propose funding to the Forest and Trail Association, which has its meeting a week from Monday. And I put a proposed vote in the sheet that you all have.
Okay, so this is for the next thing is 2 signs, Peters Hill and Price Woodlands.
Yes.
And okay, so that, and the Forest and Trail Association, if we approve this, is wonderfully willing to fund this.
Well, I can't say willing.
Okay,
Certainly sounded as though they were enthusiastic about putting their money to these signs. Signage is a high priority for them. They do have the funds. They knew at the time they approved the 3 that there probably would be more of them. So I think it's likely, but the commission should vote to make a proposal to them.
sure. Okay, any comments by? Seems like something that we need to have. We've been doing this. They've been nicely doing this for a while. It seems like a good idea to me. Does anybody else on the commission have any particular comments about this?
So I think it's a good idea. The one question I would have is whether we should discuss the actual locations they will go. I know we did do that for, I think it was the Hidden Meadow sign. That seemed to be a useful discussion.
That's true. It's a good point.
Yes, I totally agree with you, and particularly for Peters Hill, there are 3 possible locations, actually 4. And we don't have a recommendation yet, but it takes a good month to get the signs, and
Okay,
it's not a
so
question.
there's no need to decide that now. Then.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll put that to you.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. Okay, so for now, we'll put off the location, especially for that one. I could see as an issue with Peters.
Price Woodlands is, there's really one location. There's one trail entrance. It's where the kiosk is. It's an obvious spot. Can't really go anywhere else.
Right. Okay. I move that we approve installing new signs at Peters Reservation and Price Woodlands, and that we formally ask if the Sherborn Forest and Trail Association is willing to fund these signs. Do I need to put in an amount for you, or just leave it at that?
That's plenty.
I
Okay.
just seconded that.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Michael, I, Jacob,
Aye.
Carol,
Aye.
Courtney,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Matt.
Aye.
I think I got everybody. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for organizing this, and I'll be thankful in advance if the Sherborn Forest and Trail meets this request.
Okay, the vegetation management plan proposal is, of course, much, much bigger and more important and complicated.
Sure.
we tried to put all necessary information into the background document that you have received, and I guess we could approach this either by just having you ask questions, or I could go back and try and summarize some elements of it. I'd like to introduce also Ted Elliman. Ted, raise your hand. Ted has done a tremendous amount of work in Sherborn, led many vegetation plant walks in Sherborn, knows the vegetation here better than anybody else on earth, and is very fortunate, I'd say, acquisition for the project. Nobody else could really do it without charging a fortune and not doing it as well. But
Um,
do you want me to review some of the background, or are there rather go to questions?
I mean, I've read it and have some issues. I don't know, have enough people read this thing that we can do, since we don't have a lot of time. I mean, we could always come back to it later. We have until, even though the agenda says 7:45, the next hearing is posted at 7:50 in the newspaper. So we'll have to hold to that. So we do have some time. Do others want to ask, want to hear an overview? Somebody say yes if they want. Otherwise, we'll just move into questions. Okay, hearing none. We'll just move it to some questions then, to see if we can move it along. I'll say thank you for putting all this work together. I'll hold off and let some other people have questions that they want to raise, and I'll go later.
Michael, I don't actually have a question, but I support this idea. You know, we put together these wonderful inventories of of several of the conservation lands that gives us a really good foundation for understanding how we can best manage them. And we all know that invasive species are an issue just about everywhere, and we've kind of talked about it and, you know, tried to figure out what would we do or what wouldn't we do. And what we have not had up till now is actually an assessment and recommendations to help us understand what decisions might be taken. So to me, this seems like the next logical step and a good expenditure by the commission to really get some clarity around this issue for how we manage conservation lands. So, and I don't have any questions though.
Okay. Anybody else on the commission?
I had a question about the scope of the request to us. So it's broken into these three phases around sort of defining plan restoration. Is the request now just to start the defining plan portion of it, or is it to approve more of it now versus?
It's purely the plan. The plan would contain proposals for the restoration phase and proposals for a longer term maintenance, of which Ted has already expressed some ideas. But the first step is to put together the comprehensive prioritized plan that he estimates $6,000 to $8,000, 20-25 days, and would be completed this growing season that spans 2 fiscal years.
Okay.
Other questions?
I have a question. I don't have the plan in front of me, but a concern that I think we discussed briefly with you on some field session was when fields are mowed more than once a year, they're doesn't promote a lot of diversity. So in addition to invasives, is there a way to kind of encourage more flowering plants in fields? And I know there's some issues in terms of mowing and then bumping into rocks and things like that. But is that any way related to this effort, or it could be?
The mowing schedule would be big part of vegetation management. And part of that is a policy question for the commission as to whether it wants to emphasize habitat, in which case you want to mow it fewer times. We've been doing it once a year, and I think it's Carol who suggested maybe once every 3 years on a rotating basis. But some fields, if you want to attack the invasives, Sean Blaine recommends 2 or 3 times at Hopestill, for instance. And thinking this through would be a part of the plan.
Okay, can I follow up question? I remember talking to Sean, one of his concerns about mowing it less frequently is basically hitting rocks and it being more difficult to manage if you can't mow it more than once a year.
You're right.
But that's,
He was concerned, I think, less with rocks than he was with woodier stems that are much harder to mow. And he said doing it less frequently would not mean doing it cheaper, that it probably would be at least as expensive. But that's the policy question for the commission as to what goals it wants to prioritize.
okay, one last thing. I'm sorry, I'm monopolizing here a little bit.
No,
but,
not at all.
you know, one thing in recent wanderings through MACC stuff and monarch butterflies are some significant concern. And obviously, we're not allowing in many of these fields for milkweed to grow up or other plants that other kinds of insects might want to use. So I know it's a balance, and anyways, I think we should just be aware of that.
Ted, would you comment on the butterflies?
Well, the one property I'm most familiar with at this point is the Barber Reservation, and those fields. To those who don't know me, I lived in Sherborn until about 4 years ago, so I was a resident for a number of years. I think that the regime, and I assume it's the same one, mowing regime of mowing it once a year basically after the growing season in the autumn was a very good way to have plants like milkweed, Joe Pye weed, goldenrods, et cetera, all those plants that are excellent pollinator plants for butterflies to grow and be there annually for the pollinators. If it were earlier in the season or more frequently, they wouldn't be there. And again, if it was less frequently in that case, say every several years, 4 or 5 years or something, then brush would get into the meadow. But for that particular objective, which is for butterfly pollination, I think a late season annual mowing is a good system to use.
Go ahead, Courtney.
So I guess along those lines, a lot of what I've been hearing about native bee nesting and habits, especially the bees that nest in stems. This, I think, is where the mow every 3rd year or mow a third of the field every year in order to allow bees to go through their entire life cycle in those hollow stems. I think I heard some presentations. I think maybe Heather Holm was one of the presenters. I'm assuming that might be a goal for areas that maybe are not under such invasive pressure, but Ted, you feel like, places like with the swallowwort and stuff, are we going to have to just mow those more often?
I think for the short term, yes. That may not be long term. If it's mowed, say, for several years, and basically the swallowwort at that point is depleted, then you could go on to a different regime. But I think until that swallowwort is out of that field, it won't be useful for the kind of biodiversity you're talking about.
Right. Thanks.
One thing I wanted to say, and to what you're saying, Courtney, is we haven't really gotten extremely granular even at the Barber. Like, there are parts of the Barber that are mowed because there's buckthorn coming up in the field, so that has to be mowed at least annually. But there are other parts that don't seem to have any woody invasions. And so, Ted, I'm wondering if part of this plan would be maybe even to think that through at the kind of at a more granular level to provide Sean guidance that, there are areas that don't have to be mowed annually because there's just not enough woody regrowth there.
Yeah, if that's the case, so you really have to look at that very carefully.
Yeah.
Most of the fields I'm familiar with are having sort of an incursion of buckthorn problem, or many of them are, but yes, certainly, that's a good point.
Okay, I'll go. Just to time issues. Yeah, I guess that issue of to get to the next level on this, I think that whether, I guess I'll just go to the practical stuff. If we need a contract, a scope of work, and make sure the procurement process is followed that we would do for the town. I can't tell if I guess for me, I'd like to see what you would use of this to be the actual scope of work in a contract, whether you were thinking that what you have here is all that you'd want to do, or because I could see some specifics being added here around just this last point of granularity, as people are using that term, whether basically to the extent possible, we would get some field level specific recommendations, as well as in terms of that might address the trade-offs between habitat and invasives management. And that we would, and that the report would note when we're facing a trade-off between those two in some areas. So that when we come to implement something, we see where there are trade-offs that we'd have to make versus ones that are more clear-cut, as you say, with the swallowwort, where we just kind of keep going until we've exhausted it. But that kind of thing could be added to a scope. And I don't know, the contract amount in the draft I'm looking at here is $5,000 to $6,000. Kelly, you said something 6 to 8. We need to refine what that is, and how do you think we would fund it, as well as whether I can't tell if the procurement process above 5,000 is different than below 5,000.
I'm pretty sure that bids are not required until you hit 10.
Okay, I'd just like to confirm that, because
Well, absolutely. And
it used to be 5.
we've had many different levels of specificity in contracts, from handshakes to just written. I intended, I think we all did, that the 2-page description that you have would serve effectively as a scope. And if it needed to be refashioned to go into a contract, that it wouldn't be too hard. I completely agree that, yes, we do have to make sure that we've got the I's dotted and procedurally for the town's sake. I assume Jeremy is a master at that. Shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that I would like to see a little bit cleaner statement of work in terms of just that, just like issues of Jacob said about the fact that it's going to basically define a plan, and that the plan will include laying out those other phases, for example. I think that we could clean this thing up. I guess as a substantive issue, I guess I would like to also put a little bit more about that issue about pesticides. I see that it's sustainable, largely maintainable by mowing, brushing, and mechanical means. I have an issue of whether that there'd be more that we would add something about that when there's pesticide recommended, that there's a rationale for it, as well as the fact that their pesticides vary from more lower toxicity to higher toxicity, that we have some sense of that. It's not just to me a simple issue of organic versus synthetic pesticides. I view that as a little too simplistic. It's a matter of the level of toxicity of these things. That I would just like to see some comment on that kind of issue. If there are any pesticide recommendations. So to move forward, I guess whether tonight we can, to be practical, whether we want to vote as a commission on this with a vote that basically says that the scope of work will be refined based on what's written in tonight's comments. And that could be between the agent and the co-chairs can finalize that based on what's here and the discussion. And then we would, and whether we basically have a vote, basically subject to that kind of scope of work, we could vote on it and then proceed with trying to set up the contractual aspects of it, including that scope. Is that a way that people would like to move forward?
Yes, that makes sense to me.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. Nobody else is disagreeing with that. So just to move this thing. Oh yeah, one question on the funding. Do we still feel that we have? Is it still, as you wrote here, that some of this can come from the FY23 budget? Is that still something there? I don't think FY24 has the room for this, but we could, I don't mind taking it from the Conservation Trust Fund. I think it's an appropriate use for the Conservation Trust Fund.
I would say that everything we are charged in FY23 can easily be covered in the operating budget. Because the budget is significantly less, a great deal less for FY24, we may or may not be able to. But since the total cost, I said 6 to 8, but I was wrong. What's in this thing is the correct number, 5 to 6. My expectation is that we could find that $2,000 or $3,000 in the operating budget, but we have plenty in the funds if we can't.
Okay. Fine. I move that we approve moving ahead with this vegetation plan proposal. Subject to a maximum of up to $6,000. To be funded from FY23 land management budget and/or conservation trust fund, with the scope of work to be developed based on the proposal we have tonight and incorporating tonight's discussion.
I assume it would happen, but when the co-chairs and Joyce work this up, Ted will be involved in the discussions.
Well, of course, but no, we need to have approval from both sides. There's no way we're doing this unilaterally. Do I hear a second before we get into this discussion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, by all means, this is a mutually developed scope of work. And then we can refine the budget as such, subject to that ceiling. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Michael, aye. Courtney,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Jacob,
Aye.
Carol,
Aye.
Matt.
Aye.
Great. No, I look forward to this work. I appreciate you being willing
Thank
to work
you,
on it,
Rob.
Ted.
Thank you very, very much.
I guess I didn't ask any comments from the public. I guess sometimes we normally don't have so many people here. But I guess I would like, since we do have time here, whether anybody from the public wants to comment on this issue.
And Ted put his hand up.
Yes.
No, I was just acknowledging.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Giving the wave.
Thanks.
Sean, we could work with you too, actually, on this.
I missed the first half. I just figured out what was going on, and I applaud your efforts, and I look forward to it.
Okay, good. And we will, and you'll be part of the work, obviously. Ted will talk to you about things so that we can
I
get.
hope so.
Because, yeah, no, we greatly appreciate your help in doing this kind of work, so that we need to stay in touch on what makes sense and things like that.
We love it. That's what we do.
Great. No, and you're doing a good job. Thank you. We have 3 minutes. I don't know if we want to do a quick site visit. Since I see Sean's here, I assume you're just here. Are you here for the beaver on Washington Street?
No, I just threw that in for color.
Okay, fine. Then I guess,
Actually, you could talk about that for 3 minutes and be done with it.
yes, my sense is that we need an emergency certification. Is that what?
I think we're going to have to. I don't need a trapping permit. We're in season, but I've waited as long as I can. I mean, if people are nervous about it, they should drive by. But the beaver, there's 2 culverts that leave Dodds Pond and head to the other side of Washington Street. One is completely submerged, it's completely blocked. And what the beavers did is a nice job building a couple of dams to stop it from flowing basically east to the larger culvert, which has a beaver, it's got a beaver fence around it. So they haven't blocked that other culvert, but they're not letting the water get there. So after the heavy storm, we got within 6 inches of the road getting flooded. It started to go down, and I think the beaver just kept reinforcing their dam. So it's getting close. If we were to get a big storm, there's no doubt it would overwhelm the road and start doing damage. So unfortunately, we have to do something.
Sean, what road are you referring to that would flood?
Dodds Pond, it's going to flood over Washington Street.
Okay.
That could be a calamity.
Yes, it could be.
So that question is that you would have to take it down gradually. And the question is whether you're trying to do a deceiver. Are you talking to the state about whether we could do a deceiver and you could take it down partially, or work with them to get a deceiver put in there?
I don't know what's going to work there. The problem is that pond is made to be a beaver dam. I mean, he's got all sorts of gates and channels for the water to go through. So the beaver only needed to find one place to do it. We got to at least get to where we can open the other culvert, because it'll trick him back towards the other direction. But he packed it full of mud, and then it got submerged, and now we can't get to it. So we need to breach the dam that's adjacent to the road.
I'm just saying, whether unless you're going to do the trapping, it's going to be in coordination with that, and they can come back fast. Whether we need to, I guess we could. Joyce, are you there? Do we would just do a emergency certification for just doing somewhere between a lowering of the dam in a slow and an appropriate manner, as well as looking into doing a water leveling device. Is that
they're going to have to breach the dam a little bit to trap.
Oh yeah, right, exactly. Even if you do the water leveling device.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you have to put something there regardless, right? Because it's obviously a really appealing spot for a beaver. So if it's not this guy, somebody else is going to come in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you just going to do it? Do we need to vote on it tonight so that?
I can't just do it. Yeah, no, I don't even.
No, I'm
think
talking
you can
about
vote.
the emergency, sir. I'm not talking about
You
you.
normally don't vote on that. That would be administrative, but
We do vote. We have to
Ratify
make
it
a-
after.
after
We
the fact.
ratify it. Okay, so we'll deal with it next time then. So we're okay on that issue for now, Joyce?
Yes.
Okay, fine. 7:50, wow. Got it in right in there. Okay, at 7:50.
Oh,
No,
nice. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you, Kelly, Ted,
Yeah.
Xenia. Thank you for being part of the group there. Okay, notice is hereby given that the Conservation Commission of the Town of Sherborn will hold a virtual public hearing using Zoom technology at 7:50 PM on the 23rd day of March 2023. The request for determination of applicability RDA hearing will be held pursuant to Chapter 131, Section 40 of the General Laws as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Sherborn Wetlands Bylaw, Chapter 17, to consider a proposal by the owner, Mark Harding, for an addition of a two-car garage in a wetland buffer zone at 84 Elliott Street, map 10, lot 0. This application is available for viewing at the Sherborn Conservation Commission. All persons desiring to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak at this hearing. Okay,
Michael, can I share my screen?
by all means.
So, Mr. Harding is here. Are you able to
Okay,
see my screen?
welcome.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so, Mr. Harding submitted an RDA to construct a two-car garage at the end of his house. I have made some sketches based on my site visit to the sketch that he had provided, just to provide a little bit more clarity. The red is what I have added to the plan. So his, I drew to scale his 25 by 25 proposed garage. It's gonna go over the existing gravel driveway. There's a wetland, a larger wetland system, bordering vegetated wetland across the driveway. This is a common driveway that serves two houses. This dashed red line here is the edge of the existing gravel driveway. So this is a two-car garage that goes under, so the addition would go in this area here on top of the gravel driveway. There is a potential vernal pool out in this area here. When I went out there today, there are wood frogs singing out there today. I did not view any egg masses. I think it's a little bit early yet, but I will show you some pictures. The distance from the proposed garage to the edge of the wetlands associated with the vernal pool is 75 feet. I've added an erosion control barrier around the edge of this. We in discussion with Mr. Harding, and I'm going to show pictures of the. So this is the house. This is the gravel driveway here. Right now he pulls into the driveway and backs out and comes around. So it's the gravel driveway comes out 33 feet from the face of the garage. This is what that looks like. This is standing with my back to the garage, looking towards the vernal pool. That's out in this area here. This is standing at the back of what would be the back of the garage, looking to the wetland across the street, across the driveway. And this is the vernal pool. This is standing, this is the edge of the wetland here. I've kind of got my back to the vernal pool looking towards the house. So he has filed, he originally filed an AA, which we denied, and then he's now filed a request for determination of applicability. I talked with him about things that would be important, which would be infiltrating the roof runoff from the proposed addition, the installation of a erosion control barrier that would be maintained throughout the limit of the project, and the installation of wetland monument along the edge of the proposed work. And that's really the scope of what he's looking to do. He's here tonight for you to ask questions, and I can put the sketch back up if you would like.
Sure, why don't you, in terms of the issues of mitigation about how to deal with the runoff and bounds, what's Has anything been discussed or
Well, the limit,
anything proposed?
the gravel driveway is, again, right now, when cars back out of the garage, they have to back up far enough to be able to turn around. Wait, well, now he'll be coming in from the front, and that eliminates the need to back up over here. So the idea would be to put the wetland, he's got, the well is over here too, but to put the wetland markers along the edge of the wood line that's in this area here, right off the edge of the, basically at the edge of the existing gravel driveway. The roof runoff, he talked about putting in towards the back, there's a chicken coop back here, but putting the roof runoff into some kind of a infiltration system right behind the garage.
Okay,
Mr. Harding, if you have any comments, you can.
Yeah, I think the ground's pretty flat between where I call it the winter standing water and the potential vernal pool. I think we should start using the word allegedly vernal pool, but
Yeah, potential, yeah, it's, yeah, it's
potential vernal
potential.
pool. It's pretty flat, so and I don't see there being a massive amount of runoff that's going to make it across to the pool. But we would put the wickets and the fence and the what those straw things to make sure that nothing gets out of that side. Where the chicken coop is, which is roughly where the P of proposed is on the map there. We discussed whether a dry well would work. I'm more in favor of running the guttering system into a long French drain kind of thing. I think obviously if you dig down 5 or 8 feet, you no longer have a dry well, you have a beginning of a vernal pool. So putting stone down there I don't think helps anyone. I think if we just spread it over a wider area, there it's not going to get through to that area of wetland. The land which you see where it says lot 1, that's a whole set of ridges. So if you're driving along route, I don't know what the word is, along Elliott Street coming from Natick, it's just, my house is just before the police car pulls you over, sitting on that little, so you see that the road rises quite drastically. Lot 1 is a large number of ridges. So my lot's pretty flat, and the area between, you just saw the picture anyway, the area between the pool and the house is flat. So we'll do everything you need us to do to stop runoff, but I'd have to work really hard to get some runoff. I'd have to try pretty hard.
okay. So, yeah, no, I could understand the issue of just making sure that the drain goes out into an area there that's, as you say, more like a trench or something that stays out there. Could be a
Yeah, I obviously need to take it away from the house anyway, and going up, the problem becomes when you're not going to get it to go uphill anyway, no matter what. So I think it ends up in it's in its natural position where it's going to end up anyway. So we'll make sure the water gets away.
Okay, why don't I open it up to the commissioners and for some comments before I even go any further. I see Carol and others can just start chiming in.
Sorry about that. Joyce, I guess I was trying to, I mean, it looks like it's adding, you said it was 25 by 25. So is it actually adding 500 square feet of impervious surface? Is that what's happening?
It's going right over the existing driveway.
Okay, so that was already gravel driveway.
Yes.
Got you. Okay. All right. And in terms of remediation though, I'm wondering, do you feel like that it would be helpful to have any plantings or anything, or it looks quite wooded where the vernal pool is?
It's really very wooded. I'm not sure in this particular situation where there would be a good spot for planting.
Thank you, Joyce.
Other comments from the commission?
Does anything in our decision matter whether it is in fact a vernal pool? in terms
No.
of just the habitat area nearby it?
No, as we learned at the MACC, it doesn't seem to, we might do it differently, some of the conditioning, but it doesn't, it's not such a clear cut
yeah,
area as to what the vernal pool is versus if it's a wetland, because it's possibly land subject to flooding and this, but at this point, we're doing it under an RDA where we're not going to confirm any sort of delineation, given that it's just working so that we're not even trying to figure out that identification. We're just given the scope of work, for me at least, that it's just in that gravel driveway there. And I like the idea of the markers, at least protecting that area better, and then running off the what he needs to do anyway to run off the roof runoff off to the more directed to the side, away sort of parallel to it. That, at least from my point of view, I think that could work well in terms of what we're trying to do. Steve?
First of all, I say I think the term alleged vernal pool is not useful. I think it probably, from an ecological point of view, is almost certainly a vernal pool, but it doesn't seem like that's going to affect our decisions in terms of, I mean, whatever the total guidelines are. And it seems like we're not adding impervious surface, and that would be something that I'd be important to me anyways.
I was being a little facetious, Steve, and I apologize. And the reason for that, I've been reading everything in the world about vernal pools, and I've just watched you guys go in circles on it as well just now. So it does seem to be one of those things that will be forever a question for everybody. And obviously, depending on the size of it, people would come out and verify it at some stage. So this wasn't at the top of list of verification when I looked at whether Massachusetts had verified it. So I was being a little facetious, but I like it. I think it's a lovely feature. I would just like a garage as well.
Okay, I just have some training in aquatic biology, and from an ecological point of view, it's a vernal pool, in my opinion. But I don't think it's really going to change our treatment of your plan, or maybe legally it doesn't matter.
Yeah, vernal pools are not particularly, are not per se protected resource, as to a seminar that I went to, as opposed to whether it's also a wetland resource under some other definition, such as so it's not so muddy, but it's just that in our town, unlike some towns do actually explicitly protect vernal pools, but that's not part of our bylaw at the moment.
Just one last little thing. I appreciate that you might enjoy this little pool.
Yes.
They are kind of cool, and hopefully
Okay.
you'll see
Yeah,
it.
there's quite a few around me. I've been hiking right up through there and tried to get back over to the Broadmoor side, which I couldn't quite reach. And it occurred to me that I could die in my back garden and no one would know where to find me, because all that section of the Broadmoor is landlocked by the houses. It's all the side that's over the side of the stream from the Broadmoor side. Like, I found a full deer skeleton down there. I'm like, I think I'll go home now.
Okay, well,
It's an interesting.
we'll add a
area.
condition that you have to check in every few weeks.
That's exactly. You know where to find me if I go missing.
Carol,
Mark, I had
we
one-
have only about we have a limited time going forward, but yes, Carol.
Yeah, quick comment about vernal pools, just so you know, Mark, it actually is there's a very objective process for certifying a vernal pool. There's specific species, and right now is absolutely the right time to do it. So if you want somebody who can help you certify it, but as Michael points out, in some towns that then there's added protections for vernal pools. In our town, the regulations basically have the same distance, whether it's a vernal pool or a wetland. So that's what he meant by that. But they are truly special habitats. You're going to have a lot of spring peepers and other wonderful critters out there.
Yes, and if you have kids to go get out the water and check for little beings in it, little shrimp and other things, or mosquito larvae, which I just did in my own swamp here. It's nothing like staring at my future demons. But on that note, let's go back to, I think we're okay with doing this. How do we condition this that we basically want to have, we have the erosion control. I think we need markers around the side, and it would be nice to put it in the back too, to a little bit there. So we're okay. Oh, you do have something. I didn't see it in the, well, this is new. Okay, let's move forward here. Conditions of erosion control. Do you think it's flat enough that we could work with a just either straw wattle or a fabric silk fence? Or
I
do we need
think
both?
just because of the proximity to everything and that this is an RDA, both would be appropriate here.
Okay, fine.
It's just along that stretch of driveway around the garage.
Okay, fine. Stockpiling, equipment storage.
That stockpiling of material would seem to exclude the construction site itself, though. Is
Yeah,
that-
there's no stockpiling of, I was thinking more of when they dug out the foundation. So I can change that to be earth
Okay,
piling of,
It's also whether we would, all right, I guess, if the erosion control's in place that long enough, whether that they could have stockpiling on the driveway.
okay,
As long as the erosion control is in between that, we could change it there. Equipment storage, we always try to keep out. And the limit of work, I guess we will have to work out, since we have a tight schedule here, we'll work out the location of the markers with the agent, something like that. And then the runoff, that we'll add something about that the gutter drain or runoff for the roof will be directed in a direction. I guess have to figure out what direction it is. We'll word it appropriately so that it goes behind the house and not towards.
I think you said no closer to the pool, parallel and behind.
Right. We'll figure out some wording, but that's essentially what it is. Okay. Given our schedule here, I move that we that this RDA is a -3, which means you can proceed with the work subject to the conditions that we've discussed. It's also a +2B, which means we're not saying anything about the particular delineation that's on there. That's something that would have to be done separately later if you were doing a larger project. And I guess it's also a +1 and 5, saying that it's subject to the Wetlands Protection Act. Okay. Do I have a second?
seconded.
Okay, any further discussion?
I'm trying to understand, are we saying that we're not going to do this under an NOI? We're just doing it under an RDA?
Yes, that's what this whole thing has all been about.
I get, that surprises me because it feels to me like a garage is a bigger project and we don't, there's more
You
conditions.
could vote against it. I'm willing to go this way. It's a little late in the process here, since we have to.
Well, I
move
think
into
what
another
Joyce
hearing.
had just explained was because it's on the existing driveway.
Right. That's why I'm basically, it's the existing driveway. It's already altered there.
And
And
it's
it's
an
fairly
hour.
level. So,
I guess this feels different to me than, smaller things that we've.
right,
I think a
agree.
construction site with a garage, there's going to be a lot going on. I would feel more comfortable doing it under an NOI.
okay, well then you can, well, so I don't know whether others, I assume the erosion control, if you pull up the erosion control. Joyce,
so I ran it down the edge of the driveway here and around the back.
right, okay. Right, okay, that works for me in terms of, although I guess how much the driveway, should it go further down I guess the driveway there, that easement, the utility easement.
This is a driveway here. This is the.
Oh, that's the rest of the driveway.
That's the common driveway.
Oh, I got you. No, I'm just trying to think of whether sometimes we've run it further down the driveway for trucks coming back and forth with stuff there, but I guess almost all the work will be covered by this erosion control.
I mean, I think that's an adequate amount of erosion control. That's where all the construction is gonna happen.
Okay. Sorry, Carol, that you wasn't clear to you that we were doing this as an RDA. As a subject there, but I don't know if anybody else is part of the discussion. Well, we'll find out with the vote. If you feel that there should be an NOI, then you would vote against this motion.
Any
I
public
think the
comment?
main thing about, just to remember about an NOI is that when you have the order of conditions, if there's a violation, it can be enforced. And I probably am also influenced by the fact that there's a vernal pool. It's within 100 of a vernal pool. It's building, a new part of it's like an addition to the house, really. So I'm think all the conditions are fine. I just think this should be done under an NOI.
And RDA is enforceable as well, so.
Right. There's different levels of degree of enforceability, but from my point of view, it's actually fairly similar, although not everybody feels that way.
Well, we had also heard from the state that they didn't want commissions to be overusing RDAs, and they felt that in general, we should be using NOIs.
Well, I'm not sure it was stated like that. It's just being careful.
All right, there's
I
a.
have a different
there's
reading,
a
but okay, let's move on.
motion, a second.
Anybody else? Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Michael, I. Jacob,
Aye.
Carol,
No,
Courtney,
Aye.
Matt,
Aye.
Steve.
I'll abstain
Okay.
because I don't know all
Okay,
I hear what Carol's saying and I don't know enough about it to.
sure.
Say no,
Okay,
but-
so we have a 4-1 vote, and so the RDA's you can move ahead with the -3 assessment, which means you can go ahead and do the project. Mark.
So, sorry, Mark, the commission has to sign everything because we're remote. They have to come in and sign everything. So it will take about a week.
Oh, trust me, I got to get an architect and a whole bunch of other
Okay.
things moving.
It'll take a little bit of time to get everything signed and get issued to you.
You hear that, everyone?
Okie dokie.
Start
Thank you.
there.
Moving
Remember,
on.
we gotta sign it quickly for him.
Thank
Okay.
you very much, guys. Cheers. Have a great night.
Mark, see you around, and thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on here. Notice is hereby given that the Sherborn Conservation Commission of the town of Sherborn will hold a virtual public hearing using Zoom technology at 8:10 and now 8:14 on the 23rd of March, 2023. This NOI hearing will be held pursuant to Chapter 131, Section 40 of the General Laws as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Sherborn Wetlands Bylaw, Chapter 17, to consider the proposal by the applicant's representative, Christopher Gabriel, GLM Consultants, for the installation of pool and an upgrade to a failed septic system within the buffer zone at 21 Spywood Road, map 13, lot 34. This application is available for viewing at the Sherborn Conservation Commission. All persons desiring to be heard will be given an opportunity to speak at this hearing. Okay, let's move forward on this one here. How do you want to do it, Karen? I don't think I heard it.
Are you gonna put the plan up, Michael?
You can do that.
I don't have the plans put up. Could you put it up?
Oh, okay.
I put Karen's notes into the.
Oh, okay. I missed that then. Okay.
I did it late. I didn't get to it till today, so sorry.
Okay. How do you want to handle it? Do you, Karen, or you, Who wants
So I'll
to-
give you a brief, little talk about what I did. So I went out to the site on Sunday and the flags weren't up. So, Joyce and I met at the site last night and she had rehung the flags. The flags are fine. The flag, wetland line is fine. I had some comments about, wetland markers, and such, some other comments that I thought might be, used as conditions. So I'll let Rob do his presentation and then we can talk about that after.
Okay, and for everybody on the commission to know, that since this project was partially handled by GLM Engineering, which Joyce is connected with, that she's recused herself from this hearing, and Karen is acting as our agent on behalf of the commission for this particular hearing and notice of intent.
Thank you, Karen.
Yes,
Welcome.
thank you for filling in.
Thank you.
Okay. For the record, Mr. Chairman, Rob Truax of GLM Engineering Consultants. So if I could share my screen.
By all means.
Okay. So this is a existing single-family home that's located at 21 Spywood Road. We began on this project initially as just a septic upgrade. There was a failed septic system on the site. So the existing site, as you can see, there's, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. We have an existing home. It's in red, but it also extends out. There's a garage off to the right-hand side. The existing driveway comes down into this garage area and out to Spywood. There is a wetland area to the rear. The site basically gently slopes from Spywood down to the rear yard, and there's a little steep embankment back here that drops down to the what we're calling the wet meadow area. And then there's an intermittent stream that traverses across the property along the through the wetland area in the back. So when we began on this project, there's a failed septic in the rear yard. So this Mr. Philo bought the property, moved his family in. They have a failed septic, so they hired our services to upgrade the septic, which led to his further development of his future plans. So we now have a proposed leaching field that we're going to install up here on the front right-hand corner of the site. And this is where the new septic would sit. And that's probably the only place we could put it without drilling a new well. There's a well up in the front of the property. We meet the setback for Title V. We will need a variance from the Sherborn Board of Health for less than 125 feet. We have wells across the street. We have a well to the neighbor. And then we have the wetland to the rear. We have approximately 146 feet from the closest point of the septic's leaching field to the wetland. We're also looking to put an addition, take the existing garage off, and there's like a breezeway there as well. Demo that portion of the house and put a new addition on. It kind of goes out to the rear here on an angle, as you can see, and move the garage down towards the back somewhat. Extend the driveway down to access this new garage area. It would be a 3-car garage facing towards the, I guess that's the east, which is towards the street. And then he'd like to also put in a swimming pool in the rear yard right behind the house. And that's probably partially in the area where the existing septic is. Some of that will get ripped out for installation of the swimming pool. So you can see the wetlands are in back. We're maintaining a 50-foot wetland buffer along here, right along the siltation barrier. We have this is a pump septic system, so we have 2 tanks. We have an effluent tank, and then we have a pump chamber tank. The flow comes out of the rear of the house, so we're picking that up, bringing it behind the addition, and then pumping it up around the house under the driveway up to the leaching field. In addition to all that, there's an existing drain system in Spywood Road. There's 2 catch basins out here in the street. They connect and they discharge to a head wall right here on the property within a 20-foot drain easement that the town, I believe, owns. We want to extend that pipe to get it past the grading and past the driveway so it won't erode through the driveway. And we're going to pull it down here a little bit further. It's about a 50-foot extension. It's still outside the 50-foot buffer. put in a new head wall, new riprap, and new pipe extension going down along that property line. So we have a new driveway, we have a proposed addition, we have a swimming pool with patio, we have a new leaching field, we're looking to extend the drain line, so we have a lot going on the site. And we wanted to get it all under one permit and not come back and piecemeal it. So the existing wet meadow as it stands today, we're calling this a wet meadow. It's actually, if you went out there in the summer, it looks like lawn. The previous owners for years and years and years have been mowing it as a lawn. They mow it on a regular basis, have mowed it on a regular basis. If you walked out there on a dry day in August, you might just mistake it as grass and not even consider it a wetland. But if you did the soils, you're going to get the wetland soils in there. And if you went out there this time of year, you're going to know it's a wet meadow. It's very wet. So what we're doing for mitigation for all the work that's taking place on the project is we're doing a few things. First, we're going to mitigate all the roof runoff from not only the proposed addition, but also the existing house. So we're going to do that through a series of leaching chambers, as we have two systems, one in the front, one in the rear, two leaching galley systems. We're also going to not maintain, I'm going to say he's going to stop maintaining the wet meadow. They're going to stop the mowing, no longer mow on it. They're going to let it grow natural. And then we're going to replant the area with some deciduous trees. So we're going to plant 15 2-inch caliber trees. We have a tree schedule over here on the right. It's 5 red maples, 5 black gum, and 5 river birch. So if you go up and you look at this is a schedule of impervious areas on the site up here on the top of the plan. Let me see if I can scroll in a little more. So to give you an idea of what we have going on, we have total activity on the site. We have areas in the buffers. We have out of the buffer, and we have 0 to 50. There's actually no work in the 0 to 50 taking place now, and we're not proposing any. The increase in impervious goes from 5,247 square feet to 8,200. We have an increase in wet buffer zone activity of about 1,600 square feet in the buffer. We have a total of about 3,000 square feet of increased impervious. We're going to mitigate 4,600 square feet plus or minus of roof area in the addition through the recharge system, which will mitigate is greater than the increase in impervious area on the site. As you can see, it's about 1,600 square feet increase that we're mitigating over the existing impervious. And then as mitigation of the existing wet meadow, that's about 9,500 square feet that's been, as I said, it's been mowed for the lifetime of the house. They've been maintaining it as a lawn over the years. And he has agreed to stop the mowing, number one, but also to let it reestablish and plant trees in that area to get it to grow back as a wet forested meadow. So there is a lot going on. I think that kind of runs through everything. I don't think I've left anything out. As you know, we don't go through Board of Health approval until we have conservation approval in the town of Sherborn. They won't review the plan until conservation is signed off. So we haven't gone down that road yet for the septic system approval. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't approve it. We do need some local waivers, but we do meet all the Title V requirements for an on-site sewage disposal system. So I think with that, I'll open it up to questions from the board. I'll leave the screen up just so for reference.
Sure. What comments were you going to make? Thank you for that. Karen, did you want to make some other additional?
Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Sure.
I left one thing out.
Okay.
Let me back up to so the monumentations for the wetland bounds.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to add. So we're looking to put them, we start over here at the 50-foot buffer. We have 1, 2, and then 1 at the tree line. So this area is kind of treed a little bit, but then we want to jump them down to the wetland line at the bottom of the slope. We're gonna go across here. He'd like to maintain this lawn. He wouldn't put any structures or do any landscaping, so to speak, in the sense of patios, et cetera, but he'd like to have the ability to maintain mowing this area. It's been mowed for many years, and he wants to continue that mowing. So we wanted to put the bounds right down, probably like 5 to 10 feet off the edge of the wetland boundary at the wet meadow. So that might be a little different than normal. And then we would jump it back up to the 50-foot buffer and then go around the tree area through here. But
Okay.
I did leave that out, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I
No,
think
that's-
I've covered everything now.
Okay. Karen, would you like to add some comments before we start asking some questions?
So I had questioned the bounds on the wetland line, but Rob, thank you for explaining that. That's entirely up to the commission. I had made a comment that the bound should be at the 50-foot 50-foot buffer line.
Hmm.
If they're gonna plant that area, the wet meadow area, I would suggest maybe putting a pollinator seed down too, because I think it's just grass now. So maybe throwing a pollinator mix down. in that
Okay.
area.
So do we have any pictures of that area or?
You know what, I did put a picture on your report, 2 pictures on your report.
I guess I didn't see the report. Is the report, where was the report, Courtney? Where did you put it?
The meeting folder.
In the folder? Oh, I forgot to refresh. Every time, everybody has to remember that, yes, that I keep looking for things and then I realize I haven't refreshed my folder.
Would you like me
So,
to stop sharing so you can put those up?
let's see, maybe we'll see what no, I think your thing is important. Let's see. Oh yeah, hold on. We forgot an administrative thing. Do we have?
You
all
just thought the
green
same thing
cards?
I did.
Do we have all of the green cards? Sorry for the little administrative pause here.
I believe you do. They were dropped off today.
Yeah, I think Deborah had added them.
They're in the shared folder.
Yep.
I know I see it there. I just want to know if they're all there. I don't want to have to go through it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that they were all there.
Yeah, they're all there.
Which
Okay.
is the file that has the pictures in it? Because I don't see it in the meeting folder.
It's you have to refresh, but it's the application summary that Karen prepared for us. Do you see that file?
Yes, I see it. And I didn't see it had more than 1 page.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, they were invasives. There's some conditions here. I guess we can see here if we actually, why don't you stop sharing?
Okay.
And we'll just show for people to understand that, whoops, did I lose my, all of my Zoom here? Wow, what happened? Okay. I'm gonna share. Basically, yes, it is fairly grass-like. Maybe we don't have to bring it up. That right, there's obviously a lot of mitigation being offered here too for that. And it's all wetland that's been managed. That would be nice to bring back into under protection, basically, and free of management, so that I would I'll just start off commenting that at first look, that even though there's a lot of impervious area being done in the already altered buffer, in the outer buffer zone, basically all the work's in the outer buffer zone. It's already existing lawn and heavily altered, but it still does put in a lot of new impervious surface. But the protection of that significant amount of wetland area that's been managed for years, I think is a tremendous mitigation for what they're going to do, and in protection with the monuments. I have some other comments, but do other people have general questions at the moment before we start looking at conditions and other things about whether how people feel about approving this project.
I just have a question. I don't have, I'm trying to, I saw the plan and now I'm looking at another computer for the plan. But is the wetland, is there going to be lawn mowed beyond the wetland boundaries? Is that correct? Or
When
is there
you say-
lawn?
Have there been or would there be? Going
Would
forward, or
there
has
be?
there been?
Going forward,
Going forward, we would not mow the lawn beyond the wetlands, correct?
beyond the wetland monument.
Correct. No more mowing.
Well, so yeah, I guess I have a similar question to Steve. So that includes the area, the treed area. Because you said the wetland marker is going to be right along the wet meadow, then they're going to jump out to the 50-foot and the treed area on the right part of the plan. It looks like there's some, and I was out on the site to do an AA a while ago, but it looked like it was kind of like some of that was a little bit lawn beneath the trees.
Yeah, when I was out there, I didn't think it was lawn per
Okay.
se, but it's
I
kind of
just
like
wanted to double
sparse.
check.
There's not a lot of vegetation there. I kind of thought it was more just open dirt. Do you want me to put
Yeah,
the
I
color
was
plan
out there
back
a
up?
long time ago, so.
Yeah,
Essentially-
when I was out there testing and doing the septic work, I was on the site a couple times and I did walk all down through there.
Okay.
You know, because my original thought was, when I walked it the first time, I thought the wet meadow was just gone. And I could put the septic back in the backyard. I thought it went all the way out to that intermittent stream, my
Yeah.
first site. And then when you walk down in there, you say, no, it's not. But yeah, so that area, whatever's there now, he's gonna stop going in there, whatever,
Okay.
if there's been any activity. So those bounds along
Sounds
the
good.
50 on that side would be the limit of work, or limit of maintenance.
So
over
basically this area, so outside of, to the upper part of this, if people could see my cursor. Basically with these mounds going here and curving
there.
around to here, this is all area that will now be protected.
Correct.
And, okay, and one area here is, okay, okay, what do other, and for those who can't tell if, here's the,
So if you look at that
this
first
area
pic-
here, this is the area, I assume this area here where my cursor's moving around is the wet meadow area.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and this is the into the stream, the further, and this is
The
the
thing
stream,
further
the
back.
stream that's down here, so to speak, from this.
Exactly.
Okay, and this is the existing lawn that they want to keep. And this is the area where they're gonna do the pool and some garage work over there.
Yes, there's also 7 trees that are going to be taken down. 2 of those are dead and 2 of those trees are not healthy.
Okay,
So they're going to mitigate that with the 15 trees.
right, and this is all basically open area that is there's no real trees in this area at the moment.
No.
That's gonna be left, that open meadow. Now is the best, so what is the best thing, I mean, sprinkling trees, I just want to raise the question of whether we might not vote on it, have to spend the time tonight to sort this out, because it's a little more of whether that tree plan makes sense to scatter the trees around versus if this is going to be open meadow, whether do we want to have, as Karen was saying, some sort of other kind of seed mix put in there to help the transition, although often when things are left alone, hopefully nice natural things will appear. And maybe we have a condition about some manual invasives management if that doesn't prevail, which you might have, I think you,
Michael, I just want to let you know there's a DEP file number, so we can't close the meeting tonight.
what's that? We don't have
There's
it?
no DEP file number.
Yeah, we don't have it yet. I
Oh, okay.
Right.
fine.
say.
So we can come up with conditions for next time then, since we, so I guess we don't even have to close the hearing, well, we can't close the hearing. So we can end this on time and we can work on the conditioning later, but yes, the questions we might have is, which probably is on our court, is whether we want all the trees planted scattered around, versus do we want the trees planted along an edge because of how much it's a meadow habitat. But that landscape plan, we have to think about what's the best thing to do there. But coming back, so that's a detail. Let's come back to the bigger picture and get any other comments about the mitigation against all the impacts. Carol? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Overall, I think the mitigation sounds appropriate, but Karen, you're sure that's not, so you checked and it's an intermittent, it's not a
Yes, I went back and checked it again after I saw it. It's an intermittent. It's shown
Yeah,
on
see
Mass
it on
Mappers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks perennial.
Yeah, it does. Okay, that's why I was asking about that. Thank you.
Again, just a further clarification for me, I look at the plan. It seems like a vast improvement to what's there in terms of what trying to rehabilitate the wetland, but it looks like there's going to be lawn mowed within a 50-foot buffer. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's there's a lot of use of the buffer zone that is already currently altered and existing, and it's a matter of finding some balance between trying to recover some of the use of wetlands and inner buffer zone that we try to protect. But yes.
Okay, now I'm clear on that.
Any other higher level pictures from anybody here about the,
Well, this is really a higher level question. This is more of an understanding what the plan is. But the existing drain head wall that comes off sort of next to the driveway right now, where does the water drain today? Does it go sort of continue in a straight line towards where the new outflow is going to be?
Yes, it does. It just continues down the slope to the wetlands.
Okay, so it's not really changing anything about where that's going to drain
No.
to.
It doesn't
okay.
change the hydrology at all.
we just have to make sure the head wall is how you design that enough so that we don't get with these current higher flows of water and precipitation events that I guess we need to make sure that we avoid some erosion into the,
You know, the only thing I didn't do, and I thought about it after the fact, was, I mean, we could do a small settling basin at that outlet. You know, rather than just have the riprap flat, we could do a little settling basin and, you know, riprap it and just let the water settle out some.
yeah, I don't know what kind of catch basins there are at the road, whether they have their own catch basin, whether they have settling to do things, but I think that would be a good idea to deal with any of the.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I thought of it after we had already submitted. We talked about it, and I just.
Okay, well, we can work on that for next time then, because I think, but let's see what Sean has to say about, since I imagine he might be having some comments about that.
Is Sean on the meeting still?
Yeah, he's there. He's got his hand raised and he's ready to talk.
Good.
Sorry, as soon as I unmute, my dog starts barking.
Well trained.
This is the first time I saw this, but I would hope that anytime someone's working on a town asset like that head wall and that pipe, you'd notify the DPW.
Absolutely, Sean. We would.
Well, even on the planning level.
I know Rob would. I just would hope the Conservation Commission would take that, because they're doing work inside that 20-foot easement, which, I mean, it's not significant, but.
Sean, I think when he goes to do this work, you need to ask him to clean the pipe. We need to clean the pipe. I've been out there. Right now, the top of the pipe, the first 30 feet from the head wall is exposed. There's no cover over the pipe, number one. And it looks like the catch basins overflow. It looks like the pipe might be somewhat clogged. So I think it's going to need to be flushed out. You know, and I know guys who do that, as you know.
So, as do I.
Yeah, right. So I think when he goes to do that work, I mean, you should be involved, obviously, but I think it needs to be flushed out, cleaned out, and I think he should do a little settling basin at the end, just for added treatment, just in case there's anything coming through those catch basins. And the catch basins probably haven't been cleaned. Do you guys clean them every year?
Every year.
Okay.
religiously.
It just looks like water hasn't come out of that pipe in a while. Like,
It
I didn't
does.
see any coming out in,
What?
for some reason. So something's not working properly in the catch basin, or the pipe's clogged, or so. I think that should be something that's addressed during putting in this new pipe. And I'll let him know that, and we'll work with you on it as well.
Well, we're gonna have to condition something, because Sean, we should work with you, as you said. This is the first time in 10 years that I've actually seen a plan, or even more, where there actually is this kind of stormwater asset.
Yeah, it's pretty
In a
wild to
plan,
see a house
so,
with drainage easements on either side of the house.
Yeah, no, and
Yeah.
I'm just seeing it tonight, so therefore
Yeah.
I didn't appreciate it when I was looking at the plan, so we do need to get your sense of what's reasonable to put, how we should condition this work, what you think is, and we won't do it now, but Joyce could talk with you, and,
Joyce is not the agent.
oh,
on-
that's right.
Yes, you can't.
All right, sorry, I misspoke.
We'll talk. We can talk.
Rob could talk with you and Karen about what makes the appropriate sense for redoing this thing, and what conditions we should put in
Yeah, and if you should,
in our order about this.
Yeah, I
One of
don't
the
even know if the
conditions is-
conditions need to be in your order, at least just that it triggers something to me. But maybe the settling basin or whatever he does outside the head wall,
but
I guess
the other
would be
thing-
under your purview.
Right,
And
but
the
I
other-
think we want to make sure
Yeah.
they do stuff that matches what you want, so we would like to actually either have a condition that you have to approve their plan, which could be it, but we need to have something in there
Yeah.
to say that, and it may be as simple as that whatever plan they propose has got DPW's approval.
Well, that's true, but I think it should be also, you should say something that the work with the pipe needs to be not only DPW approval, but coordinated and work together with the DPW, because I think we need to make sure the system that's there, Sean, he needs to clean the catch basins, flush the pipe, and then if there's anything wrong with the pipe, we might have to replace it further up. We might not just extend it. We might have to take a piece or two out and fix it if there's something wrong with it. So I think the condition should be that the pipe has to be, we have to do this
Assessment
work
of
in
the pipe.
coordination with the DPW, but it has to be done in a manner so the DPW is satisfied with the end result. We don't want it to just be, oh, add a pipe to it and then the thing's clogged and it's not working and the new pipe's not doing anything.
Yeah, and they should want that anyways, right next to the septic. It's almost under their driveway. They don't want us going back in to rip their yard up.
Yeah, so I mean, we're doing the work there. The pipe's exposed. You don't even have to dig it up. It's like I said, the top of the pipe for probably 30 or 40 feet is exposed. It's not even
Okay,
covered.
Sean, since we have a
Yeah.
little time issue here, Sean,
Yeah, go ahead.
you can assess, is this something that you could assess? What
Yeah, I
would
wanna
you
go out
need
with
to
Rob and
assess
see it.
this?
I've never seen it.
Okay,
We'll go
'cause
look
we
at it,
have,
Sean.
we
We
have,
can't close the hearing anyway, so. we're
yeah,
gonna-
that's what I want to say, is that we're not meeting again until the 13th of April, Sean. I don't know if you could do some sort of assessment and talking with Karen about what kind of conditioning and communicate with Rob about what might be put on a plan. So I'm not quite sure what's realistic in terms of what you can get done as to an assessment between now and the 13th.
We can go look at it together. I'll meet up with Sean and go look at it.
Does that work for you, Sean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, fine. So before the next meeting, what you guys, because Karen's gonna
coordinate
be
that.
drafting some conditions, and so we should have something, I guess you heard sort of some options, Karen, that you could try to draft up something about this. Okay, since we could move on to another hearing, obviously this is a lot going on to this one here, but we can, in terms of what we need for the next meeting, I think we need some more work on this drainage issue that we've just gone over. Then we have the feedback, the monuments, the feedback there. I think there's an issue around the landscape, what I'm gonna call a restoration plan for the wet meadow and what goes down on it, and and where the trees are done, how it's done, whether the trees are the best way to go at this. Obviously, the trees also help with the mitigation of the other cut trees. But I'd like to see if, trying to think of going forward, whether Karen, you have some other, actually, I want to pull up the other conditions here to see if there's anything with any implications here. Right, we see the invasives thing there. So we need to work on that there's a landscape plan that whether we have any issues. Do people have issues with the issue of the location of the trees versus
I
that?
mean, I do wonder whether it would make sense to have a long-term sort of either transition or part of that location that's maintained as a mow once a year and with native meadow plants in it.
I don't want there to be mowing in an actual,
Right, but I
resource.
wonder about the buffer zone, because right now it's mowed lawn all the way up to the edge, to the edge of the wetland itself.
Is this stone wall actually the edge of the wetland?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
very
So we
distinct.
actually
from
have
it.
we have a very clear delineation of that.
Yeah, when you're on the site, it's really like a clear break.
So I guess we might have to do a little thinking
Yeah, I
about
don't-
what it is that's appropriate for restoring this wet meadow. I don't know whether, other than whether Karen, you think that kind of different seed mix and how that should even be applied. I mean, obviously they've been going in there. So
Yeah.
the soil's compacted to the extent that it's been compacted by entry over time. But right, obviously some sort of seeding and other work could possibly be done in non-wet times. But I think,
I'll work with Joyce and we'll come back with something.
yeah, okay, let's get some more thought into that, because it's a valuable resource. That'd be wonderful.
Mhm.
Getting restored, and let's see if we can understand better how to best do that. before
You know,
the-
I had one other thought, which is that those are pretty small trees, because I think they're 2-inch calipers, and I think they could really fall victim to deer. So another condition, and this is quite specific, but to consider is some kind of protection, whether they're, temporary wire cages until those saplings can get to the height where they can survive deer browsing.
We can either have that, or plus they have to have a success rate.
Mhm.
Why didn't you put in that there has to be 100% survival rate after 2 years?
Yeah, right, so you have that, and so but right, again, it's a matter of whether those trees types will survive in a wet meadow and things like that, and whether that's the best way to do it.
So they are wetland trees. The trees should work there.
Okay, well, let's work on that, since I don't want to go any further now, we're a little behind schedule. Okay, so in terms of other work, what else do we need from the applicant between now and the next meeting? Besides working on landscaping issues as well as the septic, I mean, the drainage issue.
DEP file number.
Yes. Okay, well, we can always come up with, if more things happen, we know where to find you.
I had one other quick thought, just to throw it out there, is that if there's going to be landscaping around the proposed pool, if there's going to be shrubs, then, we might say they should be native shrubs, since they're really, all of this is in the buffer zone.
Right,
Well, I also put a condition in that all plantings on the site are native.
right, and then there's the issue of fertilizer use in the I guess we've normally had a condition of no pesticide use. I don't know whether you could talk with the applicant about, I mean, they're doing a tremendous mitigation on the other side there, but whether the idea of no pesticide use in the no alteration zone, even because of runoff, and sort of minimum fertilizer applications in the buffer zone.
So I usually put a condition that's organic fertilizer be used in perpetuity.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just worried about that lawn area that's in the no alteration zone. The other area is a little bit less restrictive. Okay, I think we have, what
One-
time?
One
Going
one
back,
more comment.
yeah,
I just have one quick comment. Is that
yeah,
all
go,
right?
go.
Oh, I think as maybe more importantly than organic fertilizers, that the phosphorus be limited, and you shouldn't need it after maybe an initial application. You shouldn't need phosphorus at all. That's more important for wetlands than being organic or inorganic, in my opinion.
Right, then we do the slow release sometimes with the nitrogen. It's,
But the
Okay.
phosphorus,
yeah, no, I agree there. But okay, now is Joyce around, or is Joyce come back in here? Because we have to do a scheduling issue for next week.
7:20.
7:20 has already been selected.
Yes, I was taking care of things.
Well, aren't you good? Okay, I move that we continue this hearing till 7:20 on April 13th.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hopefully that works for you, Rob and Karen.
Mhm,
And okay.
Okay,
But actually, I had a second. I keep forgetting to do this. As part of discussion, does anybody from the public wanted to make a comment? I can't see everybody on the screen, so you should just talk, you should just
I as a butter, I'd like to make a
Yes.
comment.
oh, by all
Um,
means, sorry it took me this long to get to that. I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay. So I'm just really concerned about I'm at 27 Spywood, which is the side to the right of the plan next to the new septic system and the driveway.
Right,
And so I'm just a little concerned because I know that it's an intermittent stream. But I feel like it's been like if you look at the intermittent stream on that property, which has been somewhat altered versus my property, they're very different.
Mhm.
And the expansion of the wetlands on my property becomes much larger. It's not really a stream. It truly is an overflow.
Oh, yeah, this is where the edge of wetland that goes off to the side here.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
And I definitely, on my house would be somewhat situated at the same distance from the road. And I definitely have, salamanders in my driveway on my property. The wetlands extend out during that time.
Wow.
So, I'm just I'm very concerned about that. And I also am concerned about the amount of trees that were removed from the front and how that is impacting, the microclimate there as well, just drying up everything from the front without the lack of tree cover.
You're talking about the tree cut, the cuts closer to the road, or you're talking about tree cutting back?
Well,
Yeah.
all of it now. I mean, a substantial amount of trees were removed from the property, which has just changed, I think, the evaporation rates of everything going on back there. So both.
Yeah, I mean, the large number of trees that came down earlier are outside of our jurisdiction. They're
Understood.
yeah, all the ones in the front yard. They're all beyond the 100-foot buffer zone. So there's really not much we can say about that. And that most of the trees that came down in the back or that are being proposed are dead, dying, or threatening the house or structures in some way. At least from the because I went out and reviewed the trees. I guess maybe it was last summer. But yeah, I mean I totally understand what you're getting at. But we are limited in the area where we can.
Yeah. I'm just more concerned about the change of that impact. No, you can't regulate that, but the change of that and how that's impacted the wetlands themselves. I mean, I feel like that is going to impact them just by having more access to the sunlight and evaporation and all that kind of stuff. I don't know that what we saw of last, if you went last summer and what's left this year. I mean, I think there's even a dramatic change now.
I wonder if one thing to think about, and Courtney, you might have better insight into this from having been on the site, is to I mean, the thing about the red maples and birches and even I think it was the,
I'm gonna, okay,
gum.
hopefully you'll be quick because we can continue this at the next hearing, this
Yeah.
discussion.
That's
okay.
fine.
Unless we're
Well, I
behind
was gonna say
schedule.
they're fairly small trees, so we might consider asking to have larger shade trees planted in the area right inside the stone wall in the lawn area, at the edge of the lawn area to just enhance the high level shade, because those will grow up and really actually probably cast more shade even than. So I think we can wait till the next one, but I think it's helpful to know the context.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, any other public comment? Speak up since I can't see everybody. Okay. I'm now going to do a roll call vote for the continuation of the hearing to the 13th at 7:20. Michael, I, Carol,
Aye.
Courtney,
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Jacob,
Aye.
Matt.
Aye.
Okay. So we'll see you next time and
Okay.
we'll go from there.
You're all
Thank you,
set with me,
everyone. Have a good
Michael?
night.
Oh yeah, I got to stop sharing the screen.
Are you all set with me, Michael?
Yes, I'm all set with you and you have some work to do.
Have a
Okay.
great night, everyone.
you.
Thanks again for helping out.
Fran?
Yeah.
I'm going to step away for about 2 minutes, but I think you're just going to open and close this hearing, so I don't think you.
No,
need-
no, I'm not opening and closing a hearing. I'm opening the, oh, yeah, right. Oh, yes.
Oh, Maple Street? Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. I got ahead of myself. Okay, actually, we didn't have to. Okay. Well, we actually have things to do. Yes, I misread my agenda and all this pressure to do things. Okay. I am now reopening the continued hearing on for request to amend the existing order of conditions for DEP 283 4250 Maple Street lot map 7 lot 163. At the request of the applicant, the hearing will be continued to what do we want to do? What time are we doing this? 8 o'clock, 8:15. We could always fill in with minutes and things. Have you thought that through, Courtney, Joyce?
8:15.
Okay. Do we have anything else I guess we don't know until tomorrow whether we have any other.
There are no new filings.
Okay. So the only filings we're gonna have is one we just dealt with, and then probably our regulations. And okay, but I guess it'll take a little bit of time to work out the specific conditions for Spywood. Okay. Then I move that we do 0 Maple Street, that we continue this hearing to April 13th at 8:15. Don't all pipe in at once.
I give other people a chance, but
Oh,
second.
Okay,
I don't want to be a hog, you know.
you could be a hog for
Take all the
seconding.
seconds.
For seconding, hogging is allowed. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Courtney,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Matt,
Aye.
Jacob,
Aye.
Carol, if you're back.
I'm going to abstain because I just walked back just a second.
Okay, you're abstaining from a hot issue. Okay, so we had a 5-0-1 vote to move that on. Okay. So we have 15 minutes before our next hearing. I am going to, let's see. Go back. Joyce, do we have any other site issues?
We do not.
Okay. We have a warrant that is essentially some postage and some office supplies. If anybody, you've seen it in the file there, if anybody wants to know, it's I think under $50 in total. We have administrative approvals for 121 Coolidge Street for soil testing. Was that approved?
Yes,
Are there any other administrative approvals to bring into the record?
not at this moment. No.
Okay. Then we will, any particular announcement somebody makes before I move on to minutes? See if we can squeeze in some minutes here. Let me come up with something here, so we can start catching up. Where is it here? Share screen. Do you see a set of minutes here?
Yes, we do.
Terrific. Let's, sorry, I didn't get to getting this version up till whatever it was today. So, and this is going back a ways. So I will have it here on the screen, and please say aye or move on when you've gone through this thing. I'd like to hear a few of those things, and then I'll scroll down.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good with it.
Matt,
So far, so good with me.
Okay.
yep,
Yeah.
Good here.
you guys are trainable finally. Thank you very much. Appreciate this style.
Did we ever follow up on the Dodd property letter?
We've tried.
Guess that's a side issue. Joyce?
No, we never connected before winter, the became before winter. It would be a good idea to, I'll try and connect with them again after the meeting.
Okay, try again, even. Yeah, try again this in the next week or so that we don't let this fall behind.
But other than that, okay to proceed.
yep.
Okay, that's running back in here to say aye,
Yep, yep.
aye.
Sorry, missed dinner and was grabbing a pretzel.
Well, that sounds like a good substitute. Unless it's a very large pretzel.
Looks fine to me.
Yep.
Yep.
These
I
minutes remind me that we did talk before about negative determinations and that there's a document called RDA and DOA and negative determinations regulations in our folder. And I suggest that we all review it again.
Sure. I move that we approve the minutes as, I guess we didn't have any edits, as presented for November 3rd. Boy, we are behind.
Second,
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call vote, Michael, I, Jacob,
Aye.
Matt,
Aye.
Courtney,
aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Carol.
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to the next set. I'm gonna have to do a whole bunch at some point. We're gonna have to have a separate thing where you're gonna have to review offline so that we can do a bunch at once because we have a lot ready to go here. Let's see if I can substitute. Without having to close off. I guess you don't see these new minutes. Doesn't look like it worked here. Stop share. Share screen. Okay, here we go again. You know the routine. This thing out of the way there.
I'm good.
I think I already reviewed these, so you don't need to wait for me to say, move on.
Okay,
I have a typo I'm noticing. Under review agenda, second paragraph that starts with ML confirmed.
yeah,
Just delete where it says DPW Director Sean Colleen regarding a blockage. There shouldn't actually be a comma there, so this is a bit of a
Yeah.
nit, but take
Done.
that out.
Okay.
okay.
And then under discussion land management, it looks like it's missing an and. JS confirmed areas of conservation land management were discussed at the last meeting, including clearing of rocks and the mowing schedule at the barber, I assume.
Sure.
Also, by the way, where it says Mr. Colleen for cleaning the roadside on a bi-yearly basis, is that really bi-yearly? Did he mean like, what does that mean? Bi-yearly or biannual? Are they the same things? I've never heard bi-yearly. Does anybody know what was meant there?
I
It
think it's
definitely
always
wasn't
there.
it definitely wasn't by yearly. If that's every other year.
How often do you do it?
Roadsides,
Yeah, twice a year?
several times a year, yeah.
Okay,
Oh, because the definition of bi-yearly strangely is occurring every 2 years or twice a year. So it's really a confusing word. So
I
maybe
would
we
almost always say do it this many times per year.
yeah, I think that's
That construction.
so is it multiple times a year, Sean?
Yes, it is. For roadsides, that's what
Yeah.
I'm reading, right? Yeah.
all right.
And I don't think it's cleaning the roadside. It's more like clearing the roadside, you know? I mean, I think we've all seen that brush hog coming along.
Right. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking. We were talking about mowing because I think we were talking about the invasives on the side of Hope Still
Right.
and some other places at the same time.
Okay, guys, does this work for you?
Yep.
Well, it should say along the roadside, clearing along the roadsides.
Okay, now does it work for you?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you, Carol.
Sure. And it says cleaning schedule. He noted that schedule would continue and just take out as scheduled.
we even need that. I'd say, and suggesting, updating the schedule. Do we need that last sentence?
No.
Okay, moving on. Can I scroll?
Yeah.
What's going on at the bottom with those ratios of 1 to 5 to 1? I thought it was. I thought
Oh,
it was.
this one, it's
1.5
1.5.
1.5 to 1, and then the same thing
Yeah,
on the next
there it
line.
is. Okay.
The line in a couple lines up from the cursor, ML commented about the replication areas to what extent, I
Yeah.
think.
Which paragraph?
It's not a complete sentence.
Was that a question as opposed to a comment? I think you were asking him to what extent, right?
Yes.
Instead of commenting.
Mhm.
And then the next line is extent instead of extend.
I'm done with this page.
Everybody else?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, crap. Mhm.
Just want to comment that this is a really good summary of the discussion. I assume Deborah did this. I think it's very good. If nobody else has any other edits, I do have one edit in the section called tree removal policy. I don't know if people are ready to scroll.
You'll have to wait until I hear some eyes.
I'm good.
You good with this?
You're okay? Everybody else is okay?
Yep.
So under tree removal policy, it says ML motioned. I don't think that's a correct usage. It should be ML moved. You can move.
I guess I was moving around so fast there.
Motioned.
We typically say a motion was made and seconded to accept the.
Yeah. We usually say who made the motion, though. I thought we were supposed to say who
wait.
made the motion.
I think we decided we didn't have to,
Okay.
at least. Anything else here? I move that we approve the November 17th, 2022 minutes as amended.
Seconded.
Sorry, you have to watch me do this. Just want to make sure I save this thing. Okay, any further discussion? Roll call vote. Michael, I, Jacob,
Aye.
Matt,
Aye.
Courtney,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Carol.
Aye.
Feel like I missed somebody? Nope. Okay.
Did you vote?
Courtney, you did?
Oh, I
Courtney,
asked if you voted.
I think so. Michael, I. 6-0. We've got 2 minutes done and we're gonna move along here. Okay. Let's go to, I'm now reopening the hearing on development of proposed changes for our regulations. And that let's see when we do that here. And I have to apologize to everybody that I didn't fully appreciate when Matt sent something in. Thank you, Matt here. When Matt sent in a draft last week to, I guess it went to just Carol and then CC'd me, that it mistakenly was not put in the that we didn't note that it came in and put it in the meeting folder until today, or late this afternoon. It was an oversight with all the stuff going on in the last few weeks, so that I assume none of you have gotten to read what he sent, which I think I liked a lot of it. Thank you, Matt. I also didn't have time to talk to you about it. But essentially, I'm sort of a little of trying to figure out how to best use our time and Matt's time.
Well, what do you think about just having Matt take us through his suggested wording, and then we can think about it and vote on it next time?
Well, we're not voting on it. Just to your comment, this is just to be clear to everybody, this hearing is to begin to develop what we might be changes that we would propose to our regulations. And then, because we have a whole battery of changes to be made, and we're trying to sort them out. And then we will close this hearing, and then we will put together a draft of all the changes whatsoever that we would then communicate with other boards and other parties that might be interested in these changes, and then open it up a new hearing that we would then go through all of them in detail. So that this allows us to at least work on the specific wording, but then in another hearing, we'll get everybody else on board and get the chance to really comment on it, as well as our reviewing of what we put together as a draft. So that's why I abruptly said that we're not voting on this until we get a draft of all of our changes, which hopefully we're getting close to. Okay, so I guess we can do it that way. And whether, and then there is some, I mean, there's a bigger issue that Matt brought up about what he's proposed here and how specific we get with performance standards and what kind of information we would want to require. I guess you're seeing here the beginning of his sort of an introduction and overview, that sort of, this is the stuff you've seen before. I'll maybe intervene to Matt talk, but this is the material that you had seen before, about what it was. What I found nice was that in the end here, this is saying that we have a reason to work on performance standards and some regulations related to the buffer zone. And then there were some definitions which I would actually want to think about more about and issues about definitions for what's credible evidence, which I thought we had some other material about that, and how much we want to get into. Who can give evidence and on what basis? That you'll have to read about this and structure, which are new things that we need. And then this burden of proof issue is whether we have to be more specific. Right now it refers to other things here. I'm just going to go through quickly and we'll come back to this. Then he goes into actually giving us a new section 5 on performance standards. That's inserts for the buffer zone, where he gives a preamble that sort of establishes the rationale for what we're doing and our legal basis for doing it, which we've had in the past and do it, but this puts it more formally into the regulations. It's a nice explanation of things that he had there, and then goes into some other definitions and then presumptions of who's to doing it. And then we have to think about performance standards that he was suggesting here and how we might have to integrate them with what we already have for performance standards for the no alteration zone. And some minor activities and things. And then a nice piece about a mitigation planting policy that we've always talked about, which I think is a great idea. Now, I don't know what, Matt, whether you want to, I'm a little, I wonder how to go about it, whether you want to just give some overview for people, and since we're not unfortunately that prepared.
Yeah, obviously, thank you all for having me tonight. And I think it would benefit you all to have the opportunity to read and sort of ruminate on this stuff. Those first couple of pages of just kind of background material developed over the course of about a year ago when I started, when Gene and Neil had asked me to contribute some effort to revisions to the bylaw, the regulations. So that's really just kind of getting in the headspace of what we were trying to accomplish or thinking about. Where we begin with the definition, those two definitions there, I think it's important to think about, what things you ought to put into your definition section so that when you say preponderance of evidence, there's something that the commission can refer to know exactly what that means. So this, I think, is just, language to think about, to put a stake in the ground so that you start mulling over what it means to be able to overcome, or what you want to accept when someone is trying to overcome a presumption of significance. So, you will always get you'll always get proposals for work in buffer zone and resource areas for that matter. And to the extent that the commission wants to be firm about saying, no, we're not going to allow work in buffer zones unless it can be demonstrated that that buffer zone really isn't all that functionally valuable, or the wetland that buffer zone is protecting is not all that important. And those are things that I think the commission ought to have on the table. You ought to be able to look at a particular project proposal and take evidence that says, yeah, that's a really kind of poor quality wetland loaded with invasive plants and sort of not really functioning all that well. And so work in the buffer zone, yeah, maybe is okay. But in order for the commission to get to that decision and to be able to write an order of conditions that is supported by findings that, yes, this is, this is appropriate in this case, you have to have definitions. You have to know what is acceptable evidence that you're gonna receive. So I think that definitions is one place to kind of get at that. The burden of proof is a very important statement to be well crafted in your body of regulations, so that you are solidly putting on the applicant the burden of demonstrating to you, not just coming to you and say, hey, this buffer zone is compromised and really not doing anything, so we should be able to build our house in it. That doesn't constitute overcoming the burden of proof that the presumptions you've established aren't true. So your burden of proof statement is the opportunity to sort of draw a line in the sand and say, this is your problem. If you intend to work in the buffer zone that we're trying to protect, you have to really clear a hurdle. And this is what that hurdle is. One thing that Michael had sort of been talking about and thinking about and asking me to think about over time is how do you, is it possible for the commission to put together a set of rules, essentially, that you can use to evaluate a project? So one thing that I talk about is the importance of having an applicant fully characterize the buffer zone. What are the slopes? What kind of soils do we have? Do we have a very porous soil and we're getting a lot of infiltration, or is it a kind of hard pan clay sort of thing that water runs right over? Is the buffer zone naturally vegetated? Is the vegetation community complex? Does it have multiple zones? Does it have a lot of native plants? Is it full of invasives? These kinds of things play into your thinking. And when an applicant presents a report saying this is the characterization of the buffer zone, this is the characterization of the wetland, this is what we want to do and what we think the effects that it will have, is there a tool that the commission can use to make a decision, to say that when slopes are X, we don't allow Y, or what have you? I think what I've been thinking a lot about that, and I don't think that you want those kind of decision-making rules embedded in your regulation. I think that kind of ties your hands in certain ways and is probably better approached as a policy document. And in the regulations, thinking about ways to say that, in burden of proof, probably would be an appropriate place to do this. But it's essentially establishing that the commission has the authority to ask for reports, or, you know, you have to kind of think about what it is that you might want to ask applicants to present to you. What kinds of information do you want to receive? And get that baked into the burden of proof, rather than trying to detail out specific measurements that you will allow something to happen or won't, or what have you. So that's kind of down in the weeds quite a bit, but I think an important thing to make decisions about.
Yeah, I'll just chime in since it's just for a little bit on that topic, but right, not that I was looking for specific metrics. I mean, I agree with you, but it's about having, whether it's policy issues or some sort of guidance that we have in terms of certain metrics of them. But to me, it's a matter of also, I think what I'm more, I mean, I'd like to work on some of those so that we help that. But it's also that issue of when we talk about things like soil texture or soils, that we give some guidance to the applicants and to our own thinking about what it is about soils in a qualitative way that we're looking for the issues of whether they are soils that that do a lot of infiltration or that don't have infiltration. That I'd like to think that, I'm not sure how much should be in the regs versus sort of a policy or a guidance document. But I think I just want to be clear about what attributes we're looking at are related to soils, or when we do wildlife. I mean, on slopes, it's one of the more easy things. We could give a range or something that obviously a steeper slope might, combined with other things, might be a problem. And we could do metrics about, we could ask, some of it's just information we ask for, as opposed to just performance standards. But even for us to learn about on wildlife habitat, what is it that we're looking for in terms of kinds of shrubs that provide food, or shrines, or there's some sort of duff or certain layers that are there that provide that kind of habitat. It's those kind of little things about the duff or the plants and their fruit. A few things that we're looking for that aren't the absolute, but that I would like to include on our regs to give more specificity so people know what we're thinking about and applicants can address it.
You know, a good place to put that kind of thing, I think, would be in the preamble to the section, because that's a good place to say, you know, if you look at the way that the Wetlands Protection Act regulations are structured, read the preamble to riverfront area. It's pages long, because they took the time to say riverfront area is important for flood protection, and this is why, and all these, you know, and I think that you could do a similar, use that as a model, and in the preamble to the buffer zone section, really say, you know, like porous soils are important for infiltration, you know, and where buffer zones are permeable, highly permeable, and you could talk about soil texture classes. And, you know, these soil texture classes tend to be more permeable and better protect water quality and water quantity regulation and so on and so forth. You could really spell that all out in the preamble and sort of communicate to applicants what features of the buffer zone are that the commission considers important. That might be a good approach to it.
That could be a way there, and also to emphasize that, like, the clay soils are ones that are off where you might have more runoff, where we need more vegetated barriers.
Yeah.
So those kind of soils where you might get runoff. But yeah, okay, that's something to work on, and plus it helps us, guides us, and keeps us on track as to what we're regulating around.
Yeah,
But yeah, yeah, okay, so we have to go on to that because, right, and other attributes about invasive biodiversity, whether we include in here things about biodiversity and the amount of invasive species. kind of-
Yeah.
That kind of
And-
stuff.
and measures of fragmentation and
Right, so
So-
those are the kind of things that maybe we could work a little on this list to do that, and we could bring in. I mean, I did it in another document, we could look at those documents
Right.
from the handbook, but we can go on. Okay, why don't you go on with your.
Sure. And so if you continue down and we get into the potential performance standards, again, a preamble that really kind of lays out the rationale for what makes buffer zones important, what the commission finds to be more important features and so forth. You establish in the preamble the basis on which you are protecting that resource. So I think this is a good start. I think it can use more meat on the bones. And so I think that's an area for you folks to think about and to to suggest additional content for. But I think that is shaping up, but needs additional work. It goes on to definition, critical characteristics, and boundary. That can be very straightforward, but it can kind of reiterate those things that you want, as critical characteristics, things you want to receive information about when people come in with a proposal to perform work in this resource. And your presumptions are sort of an important. That's interesting. That looks like it's that doesn't have all of the. Oh, I think a couple of paragraphs got combined there, maybe. Yeah, the commission may therefore require. Again, beginnings of work. I think all this needs to be read and thought about and worked on from here. But the presumptions are important for establishing the basis of your findings down the road when you condition projects. So that should be well thought out and fleshed out. And then in performance standards themselves, I think you've got a few different circumstances that you'd need to provide performance standards for. The first is work in undeveloped buffer zones. So you will undoubtedly have proposals come in where there is no current alteration of buffer zone. It's just a 100-foot naturally vegetated scenario, and that might be what you think of as the most important in some cases. And so a set of performance standards for work that's proposed under that circumstance, this can kind of rely on your previous statements in presumptions of significance and the preamble that establishes that the commission does not want to see work conducted or proposed in the 100-foot, with the exception of work that's intended to support the values and interests of the bylaw, or that's significantly minor enough to not have an impact. And so those are sorts of things that you want to be able to evaluate. A provision that in undeveloped buffer zones, no structures, roadways, driveways, or surfaces shall be permitted within the 100-foot resource area. That might be too strong a statement. It might not be strong enough. again, something that the commission needs to ruminate on and decide. Here, having, paying attention to your definitions. What does a structure and what are all the things that could mean, and how could any lack of clarity in what that is be taken advantage of? You want to try to sort of close any gaps that might be there. And then you'll have circumstances where you have previously developed buffer zone.
But is this where we can integrate some of the stuff where we already have some stuff about the no alteration zone, our inner. So
Right.
50-foot, we would have to think about how we cut the pie here between whether we slice it up, work an undeveloped buffer, it could be no alteration versus outer buffer. But that's a challenge for us to sort out how we want to organize this, I guess.
Sure. And here at C, at number C, is where I kind of dropped in an opportunity to get some restoration. If you have a previously developed buffer zone, and someone comes in with a proposal to do new work, additional work, that might be something that you can permit when restoration of some portion of that previously developed buffer zone is put on the table. Here again, and this led me down the road of sort of drafting out a policy on mitigation. Just having read some of the things that Michael put together in that previous piece of writing, and some other things we've talked about through time. But anyway, that might be something that the commission wants to consider. There may be circumstances where there's unavoidable work in buffer zones. And if you're going to allow a project to prevent a regulatory taking, there's going to be impact. So there's you might be in a situation where you're sort of working through what can and can't be done, and so those are places to think about. And then I put together a section on discretionary exemptions for minor activities, and that again is something you should kind of think through. And are there other things that might be priority that you know about in town, things that people that the commission would like to see, things that you think would have a minor no adverse impact to the resource or what have you, and you could kind of flesh out that list of minor activities that would be acceptable without without too much ado. And then in 5244, you may want to allow yourself to permit work that you find that someone makes a strong case that the work is going to actually improve the conditions of a buffer zone, or further the interests of the bylaw. There again, what is a preponderance of the credible evidence? Having a good definition at the front end of the regulations, I think, is got some real value there. And I sketched out a restoration and mitigation performance standard that you might want to have, you may not, but it's something definitely to consider. And I think that rather than putting specific detail into the regulation about what decisions to make on the ground when proposing or evaluating mitigation, restoration, and some of these other things, I think those are probably better handled through policy.
Okay.
And so that's so then the last couple pages is just kind of a draft conceptual policy for mitigation planting that tried to capture some of the interests and concerns that I've heard coming from you folks.
Okay. I gotta intervene here that unfortunately we got a little bit behind and we still have another hearing that we have to deal with tonight. I guess I guess we had a very tight schedule, so we didn't, tonight got scheduled kind of extra tightly. And so at this point, I'm going to just say that we have some homework to do, and I appreciate that walk through here. It's a lot of good stuff here to work from, plus what we already have.
Good.
So thank you. And I guess
You're
we're
welcome.
going to have to, what's that?
You're welcome. And I am going to resend that because I noticed one section seemed to be missing something. So I'm going to
Okay.
resend the draft that I have, and I'll send it to you and Carol. And then you can populate that around.
Right. And you could always feel free to include Courtney as the other co-chair
Oh,
there, and
sure
Joyce.
enough. Will do.
To the extent they have any of your communications.
Great.
Okay, sorry to have to, we have,
Not at all.
we have some interesting stuff to talk about here, but I
Yeah.
guess I'm going to continue the hearing. We're going to continue this hearing until, I guess 9 o'clock at our next time. What does it seem like, Courtney? And because I guess this one we could be a little flexible when we open it, even though we don't know how long the 0 Maple Street will go. Because we don't know what they're asking for. So we don't know how complicated that is.
So, probably we would want 45 minutes for 0 Maple, and that would bring us to 9 o'clock for this.
Okay,
I don't think we have anything else to go after this, so
good. Then why don't we just, okay, I move to continue this hearing until April 13th at 9 o'clock.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call vote, Michael, I, Courtney,
Aye.
Carol,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Jacob,
Aye.
Matt,
Hi.
okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Matt, again.
You're
We'll be in
welcome.
touch.
Sounds good. Thanks all.
And let me stop sharing here.
Have a good night.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm now reopening the RDA on 100 South Main Street. Okay.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi, David. Oh, Tim, you're wherever you are.
You're also, yeah, just back from Europe.
Oh, okay, you're back here.
Even though it's almost 3 a.m. in Switzerland, where he came from today, he wanted to be here. So
Okay.
he's hanging in there.
I won't make any jokes about you flew back just to be here for us. But I'll leave it at that. Okay. I guess Courtney, you should unmute because I want to talk to you more about how we're going to do that, how to best present this. Whether we have, as everybody has seen, there's been some legal opinions or analyses, whatever you want to call them, from David Lyons, who is representing Tim. And we've also received some town council opinions, which we will share with you. That's been shared with everybody. The question is whether, trying to think how to best, based on our discussions with town council and reviewing what was submitted by the applicant. And I guess that's mainly the inputs there. We have, whether, Courtney, do you think it's the best way is to just move right into what we think of as our special conditions? Is the way to go at this with not much.
Wait, Joyce drafted some conditions, which are largely what were discussed at the previous meeting, so it might be helpful to go through those.
Right, that's what I'm just going at, is that that's the next step, essentially. Based on our. Is that what, so you're confirming that essentially what I should do is, where's my.
Sorry to
sheet?
interject. Is it possible to share your screen just if we're going to
Yes.
be jumping to those conditions?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, yeah, that's what I
Taking a
want to
look
do.
at
I want to
those.
walk through each of them.
Thanks.
All of the draft that we have. We have a draft that we prepared that we expected to go through. Here, let me just share it. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Here is I'll scroll down a little. I don't know how,
It's
is this too small for everybody?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
can you make it bigger
Sure.
in a little bit?
Oh, yeah, right. This is that dumb word, that unfortunate word thing. Okay, that works. Is this good enough or should I go more?
Did it get any bigger?
It did.
Oh,
I guess obviously that's.
oh, there it
the
goes.
answer.
Okay.
That's the answer.
Everyone else is okay. I can just open it on the side.
Okay, I'll summarize it a bit there, is that based on our work and working with town council, that for this determination of applicability, that the proposed draft is that this project is subject to protection and jurisdiction of the wetlands under the Wetlands Protection Act, and that we were going to move forward with a negative. This is the draft. Obviously, this is something that was worked out with Joyce and a few of us, but that it would be, and this is new to some of the commissioners, that it would be a -3 determination with conditions, which allows the project to go forward subject to a set of conditions. And that you can see on the screen here that we're basically defining the project as the fencing, the actual apple orchard trellising, as you can see there, in a former open field. And then there's the removal of the 2 dying trees.
It's one dead tree. I apologize. One dying tree.
Okay, fine. We will correct that there. But oops. Okay, well, this thing is a little I'll deal with this for this shortened form of word. And that's the project that we have defined, that we're essentially approving to go forward with, subject to the conditions that we will walk through. And then any other work that's not covered related to this would just require a separate filing to come back to the commission about.
What work are you contemplating that would be separate from this filing?
I have no idea what he would do other than basically at this point
Yeah, I mean, my concern is at the last hearing there was some talk of regulating the agricultural operation itself.
See the conditions that are here.
Okay.
We can walk through that and revisit that issue.
Well, yeah, let us look a little more carefully at the conditions.
Yeah, sure. And I'm more than happy to come back to that issue. We could circle around through this. I don't mind walking through the whole thing here, and then we could circle down to some sort of higher level issues. And I don't know whether, Carol, you want to do something before we just sort of walk through this?
Well, I had a comment about the conditions that have been drafted, which I assume you're also asking for input from the other commissioners.
We will be. We'll be asking for everybody and the applicant. And the
Do
question.
you
is
want that
whether we
input
just,
now, or do you want to
I'm
wait?
trying to figure, I guess I'll just leave this on the screen and let people read it if it's large enough here. And then we can start with commissioners and move into the applicant and back and forth.
I mean, essentially, the fertilizer and pesticide is what we discussed last time. That was included in David's letter. The fencing, this is also what we had discussed at the previous meeting. The 3x5 openings that were proposed instead of having the fencing a few inches off the ground. And I believe that, you know, as part of the orchard, I mean, it's not going to be just like bare dirt with trees. You were going to make sure everything was vegetated. You know, I mean, you may put wood chips around the base of the trees or whatever it is that you do, but generally that the area is going to be vegetated.
That's not what the condition is. The condition is really outside. This condition is not.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he may do things inside the orchard, but the land that is between the orchard and the buffer zone was going to be vegetated.
Right. Basically as runoff protection. Then I misunderstood what you were saying.
I probably didn't explain it right.
Right. This is not to regulate what you're doing in the orchard. This is basically a protective buffer around it in terms of to deal with runoff of any, as it says there, runoff of sediment, fertilizer, pesticide, as the standard issues of what we're trying to protect the wetlands from. And this is basically around the outside of the fence, essentially.
So I just interject here. I do have concerns about several of these, and it's going rather far for a project that really it's exempt. It's an exempt farm. The application or the exemption applies for the reasons laid out in the letter, and it seems since we passed over that's generally agreed here by everyone.
No,
we did.
Just so you know, that isn't generally agreed upon. We can hit that one issue in particular. This is not predicated on there being an exemption. We can give you the legal opinion that we've received. And at this point now, I'll just simply say that it's where we're coming from, and we'll share that opinion with you, is that this decision is not based on having an exemption. If that if you wanted to file for an exemption, that our position is that you would have to give some justification or showing that it was continuous, that 1993 date and some continuous. Your arguments in your letter were not persuasive to us, nor to our town council. In particular, even the cases that you brought up were not considered to be that relevant. And so therefore, this can go forward without that issue about an exemption. This is what we're prepared to do. This is something that you might want to, if you feel otherwise about pursuing the exemption, that's something you'll have to do as possibly an appealing of this decision. But at this point, this is something we can go forward with. That does not include the exemption being in place. And that's something that, and we'll share the decision, we'll share the legal information with you, but that's where we are at that point. And so if that's, I would say others feel differently, that's not something that's up for discussion at the moment. Because from our side, I think others might.
I appreciate that background. I do look forward to reading the legal opinion in full. But I guess let me ask about that in particular. Did council's opinion provide any examples of an exemption request that was tracked back to 1993?
No.
I think
Not specifically. Not of like a agricultural case, but Michael, maybe you just want to pull up her opinion. Her opinion was on the applying the agricultural exemption, not specifically this RDA. And I'm curious, just in terms of trying to move forward, which of the conditions are of concern?
Well, I guess just to close off the exemption thing, I'll do it a little differently. I'll say that I could show it on the screen here. I don't think we're going to go very far in terms of tonight of debating back and forth about what you don't do or don't like about her decision. We're more than happy to share it. I don't think we're going to make any changes to following our legal counsel, our legal advice, and same issues that have been raised in general about how do you have even a baseline for agricultural, for what's existing and what's new. It's the same issues that have been raised in other correspondence with you. So therefore, that is something that we can have some discussion about after you review the opinion that we'll share with you and send to you, as part of continuing whether you want to pursue that issue further.
Well, I think at this point, we do want to pursue that exemption further. The fertilizers and pesticides condition there is one that we proposed and was discussed last week, and
what way is it?
Is acceptable.
Okay.
It is acceptable?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The remainder of the conditions are, which is not to, they are all problematic. Not to say that many or most of these will not be done as sound agricultural practices, but these are all unnecessary intrusions on the operation of the farm.
Which ways is that? Just out of curiosity.
Which ones do you want to discuss specifically?
Well, restoration, I am sure, will be restored regardless. I don't think there's a need to condition there. Stockpiling, that one in particular is vague. What sort of material are we talking about? If it's farm related material, compost pile.
I can agree with that. And perhaps that just needs to be outside of the orchard area. I think we've agreed that he's putting up an orchard within the fenced off area, and this is just kind of a standard condition we often put with projects. So we don't usually do, agricultural things. So if this needs some massaging, we can certainly work on that.
Does this change of the stockpiling make it more workable for you?
That's better. I don't.
I think the
frankly love
stockpiling was meant to refer to piles of loam or earth, or not necessarily stockpiles of plants to be planted. It's stockpiles of earth.
Right. Well, granted that I'm not a farmer, I think that stockpiles of loam and earth might be used in farming activities.
This is only in the buffer zone area. This doesn't include most of
what. So I guess if you look at the plan, the fence is going pretty much right up to the woods, but I believe there's a little bit of a buffer so he can get around and mow it around it, I would assume. You know, I think what the commission is looking for is that, you know, that there aren't going to be piles of loam right next to the wetland resource area outside that fence that are just gonna erode into the
So,
resource area.
um,
That's all we were thinking with that.
okay. I am hesitant. There's always risk when you're negotiating conditions like this, kind of on the fly in a hearing. So what I would suggest to move forward tonight in a way that would be acceptable to everyone and not be lead to an appeal is including the one condition on fertilizers and pesticides and a non-conditional letter from the commission advising as to other steps you would like to see, but with no enforcement
Well,
associated with it.
I mean, I think it's the applicant's right to appeal if he disagrees with the decision. I don't think we have a problem with that. We typically work. We typically work.
I don't agree with that statement per se, but Courtney, in the sense of we're trying to see if we could work something out.
Right, and that's
is
what I'm
without
trying to
the appeal
say.
issue, to avoid the
Yeah.
appeal.
I mean, you didn't really let me finish to say, like, we typically work these things out in a meeting. It's not meant to be a confrontational thing. This is just, we would like to work all the details out to everyone's satisfaction. That's generally the goal. I mean, I guess what's most important to me is, like, we had agreed on the fencing. And that's, you know, in our bylaw, that's one of the things we ask for, is to allow the passage of wildlife. And we've traditionally done that a few inches gap needs to be left under the fence. But understanding in this case that you really need to exclude those groundhogs, you know, the commission, you guys suggested last time that a 3x5 opening was standard on these fences, and we felt that, you know, little turtles and salamanders could get through that. So that's why we put that in there.
Yeah, from our perspective, the project is exempt, and the conditions are we're going beyond where we need to go in agreeing to the fertilizer and pesticide condition. And the fencing, it's, again, it's a customary agricultural activity, and it's too much of too prescriptive. Not to say that those standards might be met in the end, but we're not accepting them as conditions.
Okay, so it's the specificity of the 3x5 that is troublesome to you?
Yes.
Okay. So we could possibly. Okay, so that's wording that maybe we can come off with something that might work there. Just, I guess, Carol, why don't you see, because then we could come back around to these things to see whether.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on C, that says work occurring within the existing field and within both the outer 100 and the 50-foot no alteration. I would like to suggest that we add a reference to a document that our lawyer shared with us, which is 310 CMR 10.03 and forward, which are agricultural definitions, the definition of agriculture. And in part of that definition, it specifies not clearing within 25 feet of riverfront. So these are.
But he's not asking for any clearing.
No, but I without any other clarification, I think it's a good idea for the order of conditions to be specific, that it needs to meet the agricultural regulations.
I think that's part of what is implied by all of this, is that just in, I mean, it's.
Well,
all-
because
all-
the
that
wording
one in
it
particular,
says-
that's just one of
Michael,
many.
because the wording of section C, I think, kind of is not. I wouldn't view that as correct unless we referenced that it should comply with these regulations.
I mean, I guess I don't understand because I think on the plan, they were were they outside of the riverfront area?
Yes,
But
they're
this is-
outside of
this is
riverfront.
referencing the plan, and I guess that's why I'm saying, these seem like very simple conditions to me.
Yeah, it
I think
does,
it's
it
not a bad
does,
idea to include
it
that.
does reference the plan somewhere in this.
I didn't see it when I read it.
So we have a reference to the plan.
Well, at the very least, I would say to Tim and David that I recommend that you take a look at that. Those are standard regulations for agriculture.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how that, if we're talking about not clearing within 25 feet, that's not even proposed here.
Because you say the work will occur within the existing field and within both the outer 100 and the 50 no alteration. So we're saying
The
that
wetland, not to the, there's a wetland that extends beyond the Sewell Brook, quite a distance.
We're talking about buffer to BVW, not to
Right.
river.
Okay.
I guess I would be interested in having a discussion with the commission about the proposed positives and negatives that we put out there.
Should we finish with the conditions first?
Well, I mean, I think the
Okay.
applicant has made it clear at this point that they really don't want any, if I'm understanding the position correctly, they don't want anything in there except fertilizers and pesticides.
Well, I
That's
guess
true.
I'd like to go
That's
back.
correct.
So
No.
I'm happy to clarify that. I think you're right, you're right on, Courtney. That's exactly right. Our position is that we're exempt. Our position is that because we're exempt, anything that we offer is in addition. Frankly, probably many of these conditions we will end up following. I'm no fan of pesticides. I'm no fan of fertilizers. I am a fan of apples. We are exempt. We did put up a couple of conditions that we sent in the letter that we sent over to you. We don't have to do that, but we did put it. We're willing to do that, or we're willing to just exercise our exemption. We don't actually have to apply for the exemption. You don't grant the exemption. We exercise it because we're entitled to it. We're building the fence. We're happy to consider these other two things we put in as conditions. But this whole 2 pages of micromanagement, that's not going to happen.
Well, then, okay, then maybe as Courtney said.
Right, so
We're at a stalemate, basically.
No, I don't think so. We'll go forward and exercise our exemption.
it's not a stalemate. I mean, the commission has to decide.
True.
And then, that the applicant is gonna make his
Right.
decision.
We will share with you the
I
basis, and then we will move ahead. But one thing is to continue any negotiation around these conditions that
You should put up the language of
if
the
you
letter
don't
that we
want to do
sent you
that.
instead of this language.
What's that?
You should put up the language of the letter that we sent you instead of this language.
Right, but we factored in what the language that you sent us.
You multiplied, not factored.
No, factored doesn't mean that it's all that we put in here. So that's an inappropriate witticism, if you want to call it that. Essentially, the question is whether for right now, we can, as a commission, we have our own issues to discuss. We'll refine what we're doing here and see what we would issue as an art, because we have to issue an RDA unless somehow we want to continue the hearing and that somehow we're going to make any progress in negotiating, but it seems like it's unlikely. And the commission will just make its own decision. And, or we can spend a little time negotiating the conditions to get some
Michael,
inputs from you, but if not, we'll, just let me finish. If not, if it's not worth that and you want to pursue it in your own way, we'll give you the legal basis, our opinion, and we will work out on amongst ourselves how we will issue this determination of applicability. And, or we could talk about conditions here, but see if, like, we started making some changes. But if that's not a useful activity for the applicant.
It would be useful
It's-
if all of your changes would ultimately reflect the two conditions that we sent forward to you.
Okay,
Otherwise, you're absolutely right, it won't be useful.
okay, then,
So-
if that's, David, do you want to, I guess?
No, that Tim said
Right.
it right.
So
It's-
I don't think we should take any more of their time, and we should just get to the crux of the matter. So if you could scroll up to the top, I think it's helpful for us to figure out where the commission stands on the positive one, that the area is subject to protection under the Wetlands Protection Act and the bylaw, and that we're not confirming the resource areas, and that we're saying that this is not going to negatively impact the resource area with the conditions provided. So I think we should just start with that as a commission.
Right. There's also the 5, right, there's +5, that's part of the bylaw too, which is the same thing.
So you want us to chime in on that? Or do you want to?
Yes, this is time, I guess.
The
Yeah.
bylaw
The
also,
applicant, if David or Tim, you can raise your hands if you want to contribute to this, but at the moment, we're going to just go through with the commission's views to see whether we can get the commission's, whether commissioners all agree with what we're doing here.
I agree with what Courtney said.
Okay. Does any other commissioner have any other comment on this? Okay. Then the other commissioners have any comments on the, well, the project description is fairly, I fixed it up there. Is the rest of it, before I get down to the conditions, does anybody else in the commission have any comments on the project description or findings?
There was the description of the dead trees is in 2 places. And
Oh,
I
yeah,
think you-
right, I see that. And I added as per the plan, something that I think related to some continuing discussion with Carol, the removal of 1. Any other comments on this part here?
Can I just ask why we care about the dead dying trees? Is that something under our?
It's in our
jurisdiction?
jurisdiction and we normally just, it's
Okay.
part of one of the activities and when it's being done in the buffer zone, as we've done with other work.
I have a question. This does relate back to the riverfront thing again. It was very hard for me to tell, looking at this plan, where is riverfront and where is the riverfront buffer? Is there no impact within riverfront?
Joyce,
Yes,
Joyce
was quite
visited the
far.
site.
Oh.
I think she can confirm.
So there is no delineation on the property. What we looked at was the aerial Mass GIS and did a measurement based on that. And roughly the riverfront area ended close to the end of the wetland, the beginning of the BBW.
So the riverfront 200-foot buffer ended, you're saying?
Yeah, the Sewell Brook is out near the property line, and that's a ways away from the edge of the field.
Okay, thank you for confirming. Joyce.
And that's, again, that's an estimate, but it's based on the aerial photo.
I mean, we could put in a note here that that whether we want to put in something that it seems, I don't know how to make a softer note about whether that it doesn't appear to be in riverfront area.
No,
Okay,
Because we haven't had a real delineation, so I don't. I
right,
mean,
exactly. That's why I was gonna have to make a
it
softer
is.
qualitative note. Okay, then moving on here, conditions here.
I mean, are they disturbing areas outside of the orchard?
I mean, again, it's, right, we don't have
No.
delineation, we're talking about buffer zone areas. But right, it's all estimated. The,
There's no disturbing work outside of the orchard.
there's, let's see, the stockpiling. Right, I mean, I agree, the stockpiling of materials is a little trickier in the case of an ongoing operation. Normally, this refers to when somebody's doing construction activities and it's a. and then-
I would almost say no stockpiling in undisturbed buffer zone. Or
that's
resource
what you mean.
areas,
that would
perhaps,
make sense.
because the
Yeah.
field is already the disturbed buffer
Right.
zone. I think we just would want there to be no expansion. So.
Yeah, no, and I'm only just worried about runoff from stockpiled materials that would go into the undisturbed. It's really just a matter of preventing any erosion or runoff of materials into the unaltered buffer zone.
Well,
So this stockpiling is a standard condition we do for RDAs, and
Yeah.
would it not make sense just to say, if there's any stockpiling in the buffer zone, it's protected by a straw wall, and then let that happen where it may?
Right, that's true. That's right. I mean, we want to just prevent erosion and runoff, kind of like issues there, because this is an ongoing operation.
So then that wouldn't limit their ability to
Right,
stockpile. it's
exactly.
just protect
Oh,
it.
that's a good, I guess we don't want to have. Yeah, I guess so whether we're saying any stockpiling of, we worry about whatever kind of material is, any stockpiling of materials.
I do have strong concerns if it's not limited to construction materials. Moving,
If it's not, say that again?
it should be limited to construction, not to agricultural.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying,
materials.
but the question is, what about the issue of stockpiling soils that might have, we're trying to say that any stockpiling that would be, we're trying to put in here the wording of that there would be appropriate erosion or sediment controls to avoid any erosion into the unaltered buffer zone in the wetlands.
Not to say you can't stockpile, just that you would protect the wetlands,
Right.
that's all.
Right.
Right.
I
And I'm
because
saying
like
it is,
if you had lots of soil eroding into a wetland resource area, and sedimenting in there, I mean, that would not be kosher. And I don't know if how we even phrase that here, or if we need to, because I mean, that would potentially be a violation. And that he has to just be responsible with his stockpiling, which I'm sure he wants to do, so.
well, exactly. And that would happen at a responsible farm anyway, but again, intruding on the farm, the agricultural activities, micromanaging the agricultural stockpiles is way beyond what's permitted under the agricultural exemption. And
Right, but obviously.
David, but I think we fundamentally disagree whether an exemption, we do not have enough information to determine whether an exemption applies here. And we can we can read town council's opinion, but
I think that would be helpful, actually,
okay.
if we
Right.
take a minute on that. If
I guess
if you can pull it up.
I'd like to finish this because I don't think unless I can't believe that we're gonna suddenly come to some legal change based on based on some discussion without town council even being here, that somehow you're going to dispel the legal basis of that.
This is the fundamental problem.
It is.
It was hearsay before, and it was the circuit rider we talked about. Now it's hearsay and it's the town council. We've explored this. We've looked into the law. We've looked into the
Okay, if
case
you want to
law.
read it, I don't, we can bring it on the screen.
If
and that
you
makes a difference
convince
to read
me
it.
somehow that I wasn't entitled to the exemption, then maybe I would be interested in negotiating these conditions. But you haven't convinced me of that. You keep bringing up hearsay. People aren't here. You all believe who told you, I guess. But we've looked at this hard, and you won't even share with us yet.
Okay, I will put it up on the screen. Sorry for that. Sorry for that delay there. I'll just put it on the screen.
Can I ask a question? Assuming that the commission's from getting legal counsel position is not going to change, and Tim, position's not going to change. Is there some other things we could discuss without necessarily resolving that one way or the other that might allow you to proceed, or is that just it has to be?
We're allowed to proceed.
I'm going to share it to you.
From our perspective, Steve, Commissioner, we've heard a lot of opinions that we don't understand, can't find the basis for, and so we want to see them as detailed as possible.
I correct my previous.
So does that still mean that is there any point in discussing how this might work, or we're pretty much that's an impasse?
This is
we need to move on.
No, I think we're going to take a different tack for the moment. Whether you want to slowly read, I can just keep it on the screen.
I'll just email it to you right now.
I don't know if that would help. We can email it to both of you.
Thank you, Courtney.
Yeah.
Are you doing that?
So there are.
I'm working on it right now, but my computer is slow with the Zoom.
Okay, then should I just do it? While this is up here, I can. Whoops, I guess
Would it be helpful to point out that section 2, which is called elements of the exemption? And maybe Michael, you could go straight to that. That's really what speaks directly, I think, to your concern, Timothy, that you're automatically able to get the agricultural exemption, because our town council is saying essentially much of what Courtney had mentioned before, which is that you have to demonstrate 5 consecutive years of agricultural usage, and that the commission doesn't have to present that. The proponent has to present that. So I understand your desire to just say, well, I have the exemption, but there are regulations.
We understand that there are regulations. We have a fundamental difference in our interpretation of them, because we have actually looked at this quite closely as well. We didn't come into this half-cocked, okay? We didn't come into this half-cocked, and we don't think that your position that the applicant has to demonstrate that every year, or at least every 5 years since 1993, receipts have to be shown for revenues of basically the word says, as I think that David can has clearly expressed in the letter to you, it's present use, okay? And nobody is being arguing that present use prior to me being here was that this is a farm. I bought a farm, okay? And you're telling me in 4 pages how you want me to run my farm. And I'm saying, no, I have the agricultural exemption. We have examined the case law on this. We've talked to experts on this. And if you want to fight about it, we can fight about it, because I'm going to express, we're going to take the exemption. You don't grant it to us, we have it. Now, if we want to do something negotiated, we sent you something, we sent you 2 conditions that we're willing to agree to. If you're willing to agree to that, we'll go this other route. But otherwise, we are at, we're not at an impasse, because I myself can go forward, and then you can try to enforce it, okay? And I then we'll take it to court. We can do that. And I'm ready to do that, because I'm not going to have you tell me I can't run a farm.
I guess I'm surprised that those conditions are viewed as running your farm, since nothing
They
applies
are.
to, the only conditions that they're outside of the border of the orchard itself. And on the buffer zone are the other conditions. None of the conditions, except for the ones you've agreed to, are affecting what you do inside your orchard. So we're not telling you how to run your farm in any way. We're only have conditions that pertain
Even
to
more than
outside
that,
of it.
you're trying to remove actually agricultural land from agricultural use.
No, we're not
That's
doing that.
overstepping your authority.
No, we're not redoing that in the least. We have respected the boundaries of what you want to do as an agricultural activity. And every one of those conditions, except for the ones you've agreed to, are ones that are outside of the operation of your orchard. So therefore, I don't accept your view that we're trying to manage how you do an orchard. So therefore, it's separate from this exemption issue. Even outside of that issue, I'm trying not to get us entrenched where we can't work out something, but I don't see where those conditions control and manage or micromanage your orchard.
Also, I want to remind you that Mr. Dowse mentioned that many agricultural situations happened under NOI. He specifically brought that up as an alternative course.
Specifically, he spoke about a new farm. This is not a new farm. He
Well,
specifically.
how would you ever define a new furrow? That was my question to David before.
This is not
How
a
do you-
new farm. This is
how
an
do you ever
existing,
define new?
presently existing farm. Okay.
How do you
Here's what I
ever
listed
define
out.
presently
If
existing?
you insist, your attorney insists that no, it has to be documented every year since 1993. I'm saying otherwise. Okay, if we need somebody to go give us if we need a judge to determine whose interpretation of the law is correct, I'm ready to go there, because I'm not going to have you manage my farm. Now, if you want to find this other way, you go back to the letter that we sent to you. It has 2 different criteria that we don't have to agree to about things that are important to you, like fertilizers and pesticides. I don't have to agree to them, but I'm willing to agree to them. Okay,
We
I put
have the
that forward. Now,
problem-
if you don't want to negotiate it there, then we'll go to court and we'll figure it out.
If
We
that's
have not
what
even
I'm-
seen evidence of farming in the past 5 years. There's no evidence that the farming was
There
happening.
is evidence of farming in the past 5 years. It's common knowledge. Not only that, it's well documented on the web. You want me to document that this was a lavender farm? You know darn well that I can easily do that.
That's not an issue of the fire. You have to understand that for all you feel that we're exceeding our ability, we have an obligation as a conservation commission.
And
to
I
protect-
respect that, and I
to-
respect that you're all volunteers, and I know that
Oh,
you're.
no, that's not the
protecting
issue.
wetlands,
It has nothing to
but
do with
you
that.
have no obligation to agriculture.
No, we have an obligation to the rest of the town to protect the interests of the Wetland Protection Act. And therefore, certain activities
Where it
can
applies.
have an impact there, and we have.
Where it
an
applies, I
obligation.
agree.
We have to present, we might disagree with the 1993 issue, but.
Where
we
it
have an
applies.
Obligation to do that for the rest of the town.
Absolutely, and I respect that. I respect your service. Where it applies. The question is, does it apply? You've got a lawyer from the town who says it applies here. I've got other lawyers who say, no way, they're off base. They're overstepping their authority. They don't have any rule here.
Well, then the question is whether we have to go, it's a lot of effort to pursue all the legal issues there.
Michael,
We want to make
Michael.
a stand in the.
Not only that, I also want to
Michael,
let you
can
know.
you stop
think-
arguing about this?
I think we understand where
I
we
think
stand
the
on the
conditions
applicability
are
of the
clear. I don't want to make this contentious. I just want the commission to be able to make a decision and the parties move forward. I don't want to, I don't want, like, it's
On
a
the-
disagreement.
On the
of-
conditions, to change tack a little, Michael, the conditions you mentioned a second ago, that none of the conditions are intended to affect the operation of the farm. Did I get that right?
Yeah,
So in other words, beyond the fence line would be where all of those conditions apply, other than the pesticide and fertilizer condition that we've agreed to. I don't think that was clear in the.
well, then we'll go back to that
Draft
because
order.
that's what hopefully it was clear. I'm gonna go share them
I
again.
think we can make that clearer. I would agree.
Right. Let me go back to. Because we were just writing it here that are avoid stockpiling of materials. I guess here again.
In the places where we say the proposed apple orchard, would it be clearer to say to the proposed fence line for some of them?
And stockpiling of materials.
Not sure if that works for all of them
Is
though.
this outside? I guess we're basically for the commissioners. I guess the question is what we're concerned here that we'll let go of. I mean, depends whether we have runoff protection, whether this area covers it or whether we've let go of the fact that we're worried about. I mean, if there's a lot of soil that just sort of starts eroding through the fence and out into the next area, that hopefully the runoff protection would cover that. These
are like Joyce said, these are like standard conditions that we put in for a construction project.
So look at this under continuous
I
vegetation.
don't, excuse me,
I'm
who's
sorry.
talking? Let me just
Just
finish.
let
up.
her talk. We haven't gotten to that one yet. Go on.
So like, restoration, that's usually if things get torn up during construction. I don't think anything is being proposed. These were like pound in fence posts, etc. I don't know that this restoration applies necessarily
Right.
to this project.
Well, I could see it. So you're proposing that we drop that.
Yeah.
No other commissioners concerned about that? Given what the activities are and what we heard about them, that I could actually go that way too.
Yeah, one thing I noticed in that 310 CMR, which is about, our document is 310 CMR 10A Ag Def, is they do use the phrase, I'm sorry, that it should be undertaken in such a manner as to prevent erosion and siltation of adjacent water bodies and wetlands. And I'm just mentioning that because when we think about stockpiling, that feels like something that we have in typical suburban developments, whereas really the goal is to avoid erosion and siltation. So I think those are good words to use.
Okay, but we're back on restoration.
Oh, I apologize. I thought we.
But I just whether people are okay with the fact that this condition doesn't really apply to what the definition of the project is.
I mean, at the last meeting, they said there wasn't even going to be like spoils from putting in fence posts. So
I'm willing to drop that. Anybody feel otherwise on the commission?
Okay with me.
So for the next one, I just say erosion or siltation. Since that.
Well, yeah, it's stockpiling materials. This is just applying to materials outside of the orchard area is the way we've.
is this between the fence and the resource area? Do we need even
It
more
could be there or any other part of the buffer zone. That's not.
That is concerning because the exemption also applies to necessary tangential activities related to farming outside the area within
unaltered. It's unaltered buffer, so it's not the field. It's the unaltered area.
Right. You're right. So I think there was discussion about, you know, right outside the fence that needs to be maintained in some way, right?
We
So,
haven't gotten to that one yet. Yes.
right, but I'm saying that I think the concern is there shouldn't be any stockpiling outside of the field in undisturbed buffer zone.
Oh, is that, you want to limit it to that? Okay, so you're not,
That's what it said. Unaltered buffer zone. Or the wetland and wetland.
That's not what it says.
that's not what it says now, and that's what,
Right.
I don't think we were originally intending that, is that, I mean, we could reword this thing here, but, what are we trying to, let's step back and say, what are we trying to protect and avoid here?
So all we were trying to, again, this again was a standard condition, and all it was if, are you gonna put a,
Yeah, I know it's a standard condition, but what are we worried about in this case here? Let's just get
piles
specific.
of earth eroding towards the wetland?
Or any other material eroding into
Or
the,
whatever, any
into the
other
buffer
material,
zone,
right.
into the unaltered buffer zone.
Right.
We're just trying to protect the unaltered buffer zone and the wetlands.
Well, so what if we don't tell them exactly how it's to be done, but that, you know, sedimentation should be prevented? Somebody help me phrase that.
Well, that's an issue of whether are we worried about stockpiling? That's a generic issue, or are you worried about just from stockpiling of materials that we want to just avoid sedimentation?
If he has a pile of dirt like inside his orchard next to the fence, but he doesn't allow it to erode into the resource area, then I don't have a problem. Like we're trying to prevent things from going into the resource area.
Right, that's part of whether this is, and that's not related to just stockpiling.
Right, so I don't know that this needs to be a stockpiling condition versus.
Right, that's when then
So
maybe
it
we should
sounds
come
like
back
you
to the
would- you
runoff
could-
protection. Then
it
maybe it's
sounds like
all
you-
on the runoff.
Yeah.
We could drop
Yeah.
this and we could just focus on the runoff protection.
Yeah.
And that possibly the stockpiling is secondary to, is really part of this thing there.
So
so
here's where the farm gets run. There's this thing called tilling the land, okay? This is how crops are planted in the ground. You turn the earth. This farm, which has for many years been run right up to the water's edge, tilling the land for lavender. Now, the apple trees are going to go in one place. The border of the fence is large and apple trees will replace it, but changing from crop to crop is a normal agricultural activity as defined by the agricultural exemption, which again, I contend I'm entitled to. I have to be able to till the ground. If I want to plant something in the ground, I have to till the earth. Now, of course, I'm going to keep as much ground covered as I can in the orchard. That's just plain good orchard management and as well as good soil conservation practice. But to have you, for example, right here, right now, at this hearing, ask me what's wrong with all of these conditions they're going to set. You're saying I have to have a continuous vegetative cover on the ground. Well, that's not how plants
that's
are.
not, it's only outside of the orchard area. This is the land between, this is the land, this is all, it's not, this does not pertain to your orchard land, and it's not clear enough. You're not understanding our intent.
Well,
because
half of the field resides in the buffer zone. Okay, we've already established that.
No, this is any wetland area between the land under agricultural use, which is the orchard, and the existing unaltered buffer zone. So we're only pertaining to the land, let's say in the case of where the fence defines the orchard, this condition here only applies to that strip between the fence and the unaltered buffer zone. It does not apply to inside the fence. Okay, maybe it's not clear.
Okay,
That's
it's not.
why I was trying to make, that's why I was trying to make it clear that we're not dealing with your operations inside of the fence. This is the land under agricultural use, which is, I could say here, i.e. That is the orchard. And the existing unaltered buffer zone. This
Okay,
is-
so the orchard is one part of an operation. I'm going to be growing a number of different things. If you're defining the orchard as where the apple trees are, I can have, this is a farm I bought. I can plant whatever I want here. So I'm not
Can
going to
we-
define it. Yeah,
Can we define this by the fence? Because that's clearly
I'm
shown. on
happy
the-
to define it by the
Yeah.
fence. I'm happy to define it by the fence. Anything inside the fence, I can treat as a normal farm. Anything outside the fence,
I think that's what
I'm
we're
happy.
going for here.
That's what I think it says now.
I
because
think Michael's saying apple orchard.
I
and
just
you're
put
saying
e.g.
fence.
the orchard, doesn't have to be the orchard. It's
Well,
basically
no,
land
I
under
think we're all
agricultural use.
talking about the same thing and just using different words. I think we're all thinking of the fence as your boundary of your farm.
Okay.
The reason for using the fence as opposed to what the text there
Well,
says right now is that it'll be clearer in the future, because you can look on the plan and say, here's where that spot was on the plan. That'll still be in the same place.
Do we have, is there a plan with a fence? Joyce?
He's got a sketch of the fence that basically encompasses most of that field, yeah, the lavender field.
So we have a plan to refer to.
It's the sketch that was originally submitted. It's rough, but that's
Okay.
the sketch that was submitted.
It's very rough. We are not going to take anything more than was previously cultivated. Any
And that's
addition-
fine. That's, I mean, it's basically the limits of the lavender field.
Exactly.
So the way to rephrase that would be any wetland buffer zone area between the proposed fence and, or sorry, I
Well,
have that.
That's what the last sentence really says.
Maybe a statement that says it does not apply to the area within the fence.
That would be lovely.
Proposed fence.
Maybe that same statement there can go under stockpiling. Or, most of that, equipment storage.
Well, you could just say none of these conditions apply.
The construction
Within the
equipment
fence
doesn't
line.
apply. This is a standard. Yeah,
That might be simpler to
I-
just say the conditions don't apply within the fence.
Except for the fertilizers and pesticides.
but there's no construction equipment here. It's a matter of what are we referring to here? This is. I guess, right. I mean, do we want to say the things, do we worry about, for example, refueling?
That was a standard carryover. I don't think,
Yeah, I know, we got a little, the question is, do we even care about
No.
whether it's part of good practice of just, it would be nice not to refuel equipment
But yeah.
in the buffer zone because of if we spillage and hydraulic oils and whatever else.
And he's not gonna want that in his orchard anyway, so let's take that.
Okay, let's see. Let's go back and around on this thing to see where we are on doing this. Coming back to the fence. There was the issue of the fact that we were told by Alex, and I guess, and whether that was also you, Tim, about the fact that the standard fence was going to be used, was going to have 3x5 openings. And that seemed to, without having to go back and forth about keeping it a few inches off the ground, that this would seem sufficient as opposed to, because that, and whether this is, would have, at least or something, we're trying to get some sort of minimum spacing to deal with some of the small creature the issue there, even though And that whether this is too specific and whether we can have some sort of more, we could put approximately.
So currently we have different ways of describing that same area in the different sections, which seems.
Right. There's some.
I notice it says any erosion. I would just suggest saying erosion or siltation. I mean, any erosion is so, I don't know. It's quite strict. Is there a reason not to say siltation? Because siltation is one of those.
It's sediment control, but that's erosion covers.
Well, it's just interesting to me that in the actual act, it uses the term siltation, erosion and siltation, Michael.
Okay, fine.
And the regulations at the state level.
Okay, commissioners, do you have comments on where we are now? I guess as well as, I guess at this point, anybody.
So we continue to object to any of these conditions beyond the fertilizer and pesticide, in particular the fencing condition. It's again too prescriptive. I understand the motivation is to allow for small animals to move, not to interfere with their movement. But I have no idea if that condition can be met by the fencing that Tim has already purchased. And
I thought that that number basically came from supposedly the fencing that was to be used, just so you know. That's what.
Okay.
Those numbers came from what we were told. I guess I think.
Look, I haven't seen the fence myself. I have the fencing guys coming tomorrow, actually. We'll be starting to put it up. I know that they purchased the materials. I haven't examined it to see, and I haven't measured it. I know that it's standard fencing. Alex says that's standard fencing. I'm not sure that this is the same standard fencing. I know that it's already been purchased. And I know that I have the exemption, as we said. So it is prescriptive. This is all very prescriptive.
Okay. Trying to find a way that it's workably prescriptive. Whether what leeway, what we even as commissioners, whether we need, there's some way of generalizing this thing so that we don't get down to this there, or whether whether the word approximately gives some leeway to see what they do. And then we go from does anybody on the commission have some alternative wording to this, given what you've heard of their concerns, or whether?
I can understand the concerns. I can understand everyone's concerns. But I'm really hopeful we can come to a resolution without determining yes, it's an agricultural exemption or no. If we can come to a reasonable conclusion that sort of doesn't compromise either side, but we don't have to make that determination. I hope we can reach it, but we'll see.
Well, that's unclear.
I will tell you,
Separate topic.
Now, having looked at what you've put up here, we've conferred from ourselves and think that the legal basis of the town councils is extremely weak and extremely unconvincing. So our position is unchanged. I gave you an opportunity to change my mind. And frankly, were there something compelling there, I would have changed my mind. But I've been working at this for some time now on this agricultural exemption. And it's clear to me that we're entitled to it. And maybe it's time to fight for it.
To elaborate on the specifics of the legal argument. So your counsel cites one of the same cases that I do.
Right.
That with that case, so there's nothing, I can pull it up if you want. The case says nothing about the word 1993 does not appear in that case. Instead, they go through some effort to assess that there was no agricultural use within 5 years of the date in question. If it applied if this 1993 rule applied, you would just say it. It's much simpler that way. And there's no.
Right. I see the point there. I see the point.
1993 rule is an invention.
Well, the only problem I have is that I don't understand how you would ever define the difference between new and existing or present agriculture
It's the area.
without that date. And I don't think it's worth saying much tonight about it, because I don't think we're going to change each other's minds about that. I find just operational practicality to not having some sort of baseline conditions or date.
I won't,
They've articulated that
you don't need to
before.
belabor this, but it's exactly what we're doing here, which it's the
Right.
lavender field was previously cultivated. That's what the exemption applies to.
No, but even that one being present, it then becomes, how did that get to be considered? That one was
Well,
possibly done, that was possibly unpermitted use under this
Yeah,
thing there, and that exemption, and the exemption doesn't carry forward due to a lack of some previous permitting. that
Well,
should be done.
it
And we can
it's actually-
decide about statute of limitations and whatever else. We can go into that, but I don't think that's going to get us anything tonight, other than to see whether. we can
okay,
find
I've
something
addressed those
here.
points in the letter, so
Yeah.
we don't need to belabor it, but it's
Yeah.
the resource area lines can move. The
Right.
and with the solicitude to agriculture, it's reasonable that the state policy would be that someone who comes in 20, 30 years later to an existing farm is not held to account for potentially an illegal or unpermitted farm expansion 30 years ago.
Well, that's whatever it is. I guess I don't think we're going to make any progress on that issue tonight, as
So
opposed to
we're
seeing whether we
you're
can
making
work
progress on
some-
the conditions, the
I think we
fencing.
could hopefully take conditions that I would say are not managing the way a farm operates. Even though there might be a difference of opinion, and you might view that you're you're conceding that you might follow these conditions. Whereas, but we're trying to make the conditions workable for both sides without you saying that we're not forcing you or asking you to say that you don't have the exemption. That's just a difference of opinion, difference at this point, but we're trying to work this. Let's go forward on the conditions a little more in terms of any wordsmithing we can do here, and whether we're still feel like we need we can go back to the stockpiling one to see whether we've covered that in other ways, or whether that's what do people feel on the commission about.
Well, I want to make sure that there's a point to this. I hope there is, but if at the end of the day, nothing's going to be acceptable,
Well,
where do we
can
go?
That's
Can
not
I
what,
make a comment about that? I think that if we do agree on this, we actually are creating a situation where Mr. Coate will not be in violation. In other words, by agreeing ourselves to what the order of conditions is, which seems to be very similar to what he's about to do, we're actually creating the space and time for him to go ahead, do his operation, and do it according to what we regard as meeting the regulations. I don't know that anybody else on the commission shares this point of view, but I would welcome that the landowner and his lawyer take the time to demonstrate that, provide whatever evidence, I would be open to learning more about whether just the past 5 years of agricultural usage according to the law is relevant and will help your case on an agricultural exemption. I'm not speaking for the whole commission. That's my personal feeling, but I guess I just basically feel by putting this in place, we're making a situation where Mr. Coate won't be violating.
okay. Let's see what we think about these conditions then. Let's come back to this so that we can, it's 11 o'clock. The stockpiling, I'll just come back to whether we have something that works.
Can I interrupt you,
Not
Michael?
good, but it's actually outside, it's only in the buffer zone anyway. Stop, because
I'm gonna go out on a limb with the fencing and say that, I mean, he's got trees now and, may have ground cover under them or whatnot. But who's to say that he isn't gonna change to a different crop in the future? And I don't, if he's tilling it, then I don't know of what benefit it is for salamanders to try to traffic into that area, for example.
so get to the point. Do you mean that you don't need a fencing?
I don't know if I need to specify 3x5 openings.
Okay, and then the only issue is it's part of our regs.
What about we'll have large enough
It's
openings?
part of our regs, whether it's exempt or not.
That, yeah,
Oh.
that entry is only saying it's entirely exempt if it meets that. It doesn't say what happens if it
It's
doesn't.
exempt from our bylaw if it allows for the free passage of wildlife. We could still permit it.
Do you want, so you're suggesting softening it to just allows sufficient opening to allow the passage of wildlife?
I'm saying just drop it.
No, I think that goes against, that goes against our regs to do that. I don't feel like doing that because of
We've let people put fences to the ground so small dogs can't go under, haven't we?
no, they left. I think there was still some gaps there to deal with that. In that case, that was worked out. At least I can only think of one, but
I just question the habitat value of an area that's going to be worked agriculturally.
Can I comment about that? I mean, this is an orchard and, we'll probably have grass under it. And we know that amphibians range up to like 800 feet. I think it probably has pretty decent habitat value. I mean, yeah, it'll take some time for the orchard to grow. I mean, it's going to be tiny. It'll take 7 years before it'll even start producing flowers and fruit. And in the meantime, presumably, it's not the ground.
Okay.
It's not good to have bare ground around trees.
are you willing to change, to soften the wording to that there be openings to allow wildlife passage? Carol, which is what I think is a middle ground between Courtney dropping it. I don't want to drop it because of our own regulations, but whether we just basically will have some that, since this is not going to be a closed fence, that
I mean, it's going to have openings, right? He
Right.
didn't make a solid
that's what I'm
fence.
trying. I'm still wanting to put the wording in. I'm not ready to let go of that and accept.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not a solid fence.
Right.
I think it's fine to say have openings large enough at the base to facilitate the passage of small wildlife, something like that. Or we could even say the passage of amphibians and reptiles if we want to keep it specific to the wetlands.
I don't think we need to get that specific,
Okay.
but I hear you.
I say wetland wildlife, but I don't want it to be so vague that then it's like, well, a coyote.
Yeah, I do have a concern about that. Like the small
no.
wildlife could
Okay.
include rodents or other.
Well, rodents are going to
pests.
get in regardless.
Understood, but
Yeah.
Do you have a mesh size for the fence that you're putting in?
Well, I
No, we're
think
not
that's
putting in a
needed.
size. We're trying not to be that prescriptive because
Yeah.
it's not, because you don't
I
know.
know, but the fence is already bought, so.
No, he doesn't. This is also something that's going forward. He
Okay.
doesn't know the mesh size.
He brought it up before, Steve, that he didn't know.
Okay.
Okay. How's this wording here?
wetland related is still kind of vague. I don't, let's see what would be better.
It's all right.
Well, you could say small wetland wildlife such as amphibians and reptiles. I mean, there are no big reptiles except snapping turtles. And so I don't think it's going to be, that would be a problem. Or we could just say such as amphibians, which would cover salamanders and toads and frogs and.
Jacob,
I
you
think
this is too vague.
I
live with this.
I would live with this, but I can see an argument that it's too vague.
Of course, nothing's perfect. It's
I think if we made it passage of small amphibian or just amphibians, it would actually be a lot clearer in terms of
what it is we're trying to do.
Yeah, what we're trying to do.
How about amphibians and small reptiles or something like that? Because I kind of feel like if there's things like snakes, they should be able to pass through as well.
I guess.
There is no wire mesh under consideration that would exclude a salamander or a reptile. They're very small, so they could pass very easily.
Okay, I say we move on some way. It's,
Okay. What are the comments on this wording here from anybody? On any condition here?
I feel like we could simplify it because we're still specifying the areas in the 4 different things, but it's late.
Yes.
I'm willing
Sometimes
to
with the
not do
work
that.
of simplifying it is.
It looks like part B is cut off in the section above, might contradict our part.
Oh yeah, I got you. Okay.
So we just delete that sentence.
Yes, I agree. I don't think there's anything here that's that specific. Okay, folks, sorry, I'm trying to think at the same time, but I'm being a secretary and chair. Okay. These are set up for the commission. Is this something that?
Where it says in
we
no
just-
case there shall be exposed or unstabilized soil.
Oh yeah, where are you referring to? Say again?
Under runoff protection, where it says in no case should there be exposed or unstabilized soil. Is that?
Hold on, let me find that. Oh yeah, I don't read that. Where did that get? Yeah, I don't think we're. Oh. This is in that area between the fence and the buffer there. We're trying to make sure it stays vegetated, but I guess should have a continuous vegetated cover. It's the same thing as that.
Okay, so that's the same thing. It doesn't refer to any other land.
Right, no, it's only,
Outside the fence.
it's only in the area between the fence and the orchard.
Will that be clear to somebody who's reading it and not talking about it?
Well, I think so, if you read the whole thing in context.
I mean, that's kind of
necessary.
That's one of the reasons that I would suggest that I would like to have the following conditions apply in these areas, because that would make that much clearer.
So the stockpiling and the runoff don't apply to anything within the fence, and the other 2 are.
I mean, we can drop this phrase. We can drop it because it's already that it should have a continuous vegetative cover.
Right.
Okay. I don't know if I want to do going once, going twice, but
Can you like accept the changes or something so I can read it clean?
okay, is that all right for everybody? I can accept these changes.
Okay with everybody? Yeah, I just have trouble looking at it like this
Fine,
at
I'm
11.
prepared to
Me
do
too.
that. I'm gonna do just so I know what we did here. I'm gonna do a file. Save. Create a copy of this file on the same folder. Okay. I'll make it larger in a minute. I think I can just think in this version of Word. Editing. Maybe it's under review, under track edits. Track edits. This is where I can accept. Accept. Okay. What do you have a comment? Let's just go ahead, Carol.
No, I'm sorry. I did that by mistake. Excuse me. Yeah, no more. Right. Let's just.
Now
finish.
I actually have to focus on reading up between the doing all this work. I lost my energy to actually read what's here.
So fencing is just some typos. Fencing utilized to protect the apple orchard will have openings rather than with have openings.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Some of the changes haven't been, Michael, up in B, I think. Did you want to?
That's okay, I'll get to that. That was just for ease of reading. So that
Okay.
obviously that'll be accepted when we go to issue this. Okay, any other comments here? Especially from the commission, because we're about to vote on this.
I'm done commenting.
Joyce, any thoughts as our expert?
Nope, you've all done a very good job.
Thank you.
David or Tim?
No, I think this is fine. I think we can probably live with this. As I mentioned, I just came in from Europe, so my bio clock is about 4 o'clock in the morning right now, but
Ouch.
yeah, it's okay. It's all right. I did an internship.
Okay. Okay, David?
This section looks fine. Can you scroll up?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, folks. I'll thank us all for persevering. Okay, I move that this RDA, that it's a +1, +2B, +5, and a -3 with the, so the project can continue with the conditions below. And as discussed in the meeting, worked out in this document. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Michael, I. Courtney,
Aye.
Carol,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Jacob,
Aye.
Matt.
Aye.
Okay. We've done this. Okay, thanks everybody for your time. We still-
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your time.
Look forward to your apples going in and following that.
5 years, you'll have something to eat. It'll take a little while.
Okay,
Let's hope you have a good spring season for growing.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
okay.
Thank you for your time, everyone. Good night.
Yes, thank
Night.
you for all your inputs. And working and we're negotiating this. Okie dokie, well, I save this precious document. I guess it's already been saved.
Michael, can we jump straight to the concerned citizens who've been
That's
patiently
the only
waiting?
thing that's left.
Yes.
I think we'll be
Oh,
signing
great.
off. Thank you so much.
Okay, see you.
Good
Good
night, everyone.
Night.
Yes, that was All
We
right, okay.
continued them from last time. I really
So
don't.
we warned, just so you remember, we warned them last time that it would go late. And we were told that rather than get a fixed time earlier, even if it took till midnight, and so we beat the target by 41 minutes. So let's go. I guess this document here, hold on one second. I just want to make sure that given this, I just want to download a document to my computer because I don't trust anything after all the hard work that we went through.
Yes, don't lose that thing.
I'm doing a backup copy, basically.
Michael, can you email that to me when you have a chance?
Well, it's in the folder.
Okay.
It's just, I was just doing a backup on my hard drive. Okay, look at all the people we still have here.
Wow.
Okay, everybody, let's continue the fun. How do we want to?
Well, is Brian going to present something? I think.
Sure, if you want to do that, if that's the best way to go ahead.
Get our brains shifted into mode.
You can share the screen if you want.
No, that's fine. There were two. I'm not going to go through the presentation or the letters. We wrote two separate letters to the commission about two separate issues. The first issue was the fact that the 65 Farm Road parcel still has an open order of condition for 3 private wells to be installed on the land up there. And our concern was that the applicant has certainly demonstrated that that's no longer their intent to do anything with that. And furthermore, the area where the wells were to be installed is essentially underwater at this point in time. And as you know, the neighbors are concerned, this is related to the other development activities going on by the same owner of the parcel who owns the property next door. And that's the basis for the second letter, which is about kind of ties back to the efficacy of the delineation work that was done back 2 years ago. And we were just concerned that the issues related to the water course and the area that has since been filled in weren't properly vetted before those activities took place. I'm assuming, Michael, that the letters we wrote were circulated to the members of the commission.
Oh, yes, they're all in, we have a meeting folder where all of your information and photos and everything else have sat there for everybody to look at.
Okay, well, basically, just to cut right through the chase, our concerns haven't really lessened in the last year. They've only gotten stronger with all the construction that's taken place and the filling of that area next to where there had been a drain, and they brought in a ton of material. Our concerns are that we believe the work that was done, even though the work itself wasn't subject to jurisdiction by your committee, because as the applicant said over and over, it fell outside of your jurisdictional area. There's a clause that says those projects are subject to your jurisdiction if they change the dynamics of your resource area. And if you drive up Farm Road right now, you'll see the pond is extremely, extremely full. And, we're still in the early onset here of spring. And our concerns are that he's essentially built an earthen dam, which is preventing the natural drainage of this area from taking place like it should. And he's probably altered the boundaries of the resource areas. And those are some of our concerns. And there's other neighbors here as well. If I know that the looking back at the plans, there also didn't seem to be any consideration given to like riverfront protection area, river, what's it called? Riverfront.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I've also been here at the meeting the whole time, so I'm a little foggy, but the riverfront area extends 200 feet from where a intermittent streams turns into a perennial stream. And I think that happens, you know, right just on this side of that driveway, which means that that entire area that was filled should have been considered as a riverfront area, or at least, I guess, buffering a riverfront area. So those are some of our concerns. And, you know, we're just hoping to get some traction with the commission here because of the provision that says those things outside the area are not subject to our jurisdiction unless or until they change the dynamics of the area. And I think if you just drive up Farm Road, you'll see those dynamics have changed rather dramatically since the excavation, since the filling of the what we're calling the water course.
Okay. Do other people, before I make some initial comments, does anybody else from the public want to add anything to what Brian said?
Michael, I would have, if I can.
Sure, by all means. No, you'll get another chance too, but I just wanted to get the first round of comments in.
Yeah, so if I can go, that would be great. So thank you, first of all, for allowing us to be here tonight. And I would like to echo what Brian has said, that I think there's a number of neighbors who are very concerned about the impact of the changes, right, with the waterways and the wetlands relative to that lot. I'd also just point out that with the town recently capping that outflow pipe, that the water has now started to come down Great Rock Road. So the water course, in fact, has been modified, right? So I think by the changes that have been made, we have clearly seen, all right, an impact on the street and where the water is now going. And frankly, there's not a good place for that water to go. And I think it also creates certainly a hazard based upon the volumes of water and obviously could impact other wells. So I just want to really echo Brian's comments and certainly, although there's only a few of us here tonight, there's been a lot of interest in the neighborhood, Great Rock Farm Road, relative to this issue with the concerns, but because of the hour at night that I think other people were not able to attend. So thank you.
We can obviously have a discussion at a more timely time at some point if needed. I'm going to give. Does anybody else from the public want to speak before I give some issues or whatever?
Michael, can I just add one comment?
Of course, that's what I'm asking.
It's Mary Moore. I'm not sitting in the same room with Brian, but I have learned a lot in learning about sort of hydrology and water courses and trying to understand, you know, the science of what's been happening here. And I do think there's also something to consider where there was a huge number of trees that were taken down. And I think this echoes what a comment that was in one of the earlier hearings about, you know, when trees come down, it changes sort of the microclimate a bit. And, you know, there was, I think, close to 30 trees were taken down where the new house is going in. And I accept that, you know, he was given a permit and he was building it with that permit. But I think that also changed sort of where the water went. You know, it used to go up into these trees and now it's going somewhere else. And I think if you go to the trailhead heading towards Lake Street, you know, I've never seen it underwater so much. You know, there are times when it floods, but I've never seen it rise as quickly as it has. And I've never seen the pond rise as quickly as it has. So I do think there's something that's happened that's changed. And I think to Brian's point, you know, we just want you guys to be aware of those changes and to make sure that, you know, we're paying attention to it, because if a future development proposal comes forward, we need to be mindful that the hydrology is different. So thank you.
I'll make one general comment before I have probably a bunch of comments. I'll just make a few now and then let Carol or others say. I just want to say one thing about the fact that if there's another project, okay, thank you, Arthur, even though I don't usually read comments, chat during a meeting because it's too hard to do, that if on the property with the pond, that if they're move ahead with some other kind of project per se, that will require another notice of intent, in which case some of these issues that have come forth about what's the extent of the pond size and what's its storage capacity, and for dealing with flood control and issues like that will be reopened because they have to file a new notice of intent. And some of the issues about resource areas or subject, because land subject to flooding is a particular issue under the Wetlands Protection Act, and that will have to be more explicitly addressed in the case of a project. So some of these issues are to be addressed when there's a notice of intent for an action for a project itself. There's lots of intertwining things here that I'll just start on the fact that there's also, Sean is here, who wants to say, part of the issue of, I do want to separate some of the issue around the water running down Farm Road that comes from, that flows down on the south side, and that whole issue of a catch basement on the north side that was closed off. That's at this point, as I understand it, is a separate issue. That's not a wetlands issue. It's a town sort of, whether it's a zoning or a DPW, it's part of the issue of, right, people are not allowed to just let water rush into the street. And there is, if I understand it correctly, that water is an illicit discharge that is coming down the sides of Farm Road, and that needs to be addressed as a separate issue of that water should not be flowing into the street. And that is supposed to be handled. It might be hard for them to figure out where to pump that water, but to the extent that it seems to be water from a basement being drained, that clearly where it's being drained is not allowable in terms of its impact, and they'll have to find a way to dewater their basement in a way that does not affect the operations of Farm Road in any way. So to me, that problem there is a separate issue from all of that, and that overlaps with the fact that, yes, DPW closed off the catch basin drain on the north side of the road. But that was part of the fact that this other discharge has to be changed in any case, so that the Farm Road issue can be dealt with separately. And there was no wetlands there on the other side there, whether you could say we did it incorrectly or not. When we did the delineation for that project where the foundation is there, for wetlands, there were no wetlands found along the road there. That might have been what some call a water course, but it was not a wetland there. So in terms of our jurisdictional issues, that was not something of our concern. As to the other issue of even the pond size, the issue about whether it's land subject to flooding and its issue of whether that's something that'll come up in the next notice of intent in terms of how they do the wells and whatever else, if they ever use those for wells. That is, I'm not sure that the well sites are now underwater there. We have pictures of what it is. Part of the issue of defining land subject to flooding is physical evidence of what it has gone to. We all now have photographs of what that pond has expanded to. I've seen the trailhead flooded like that in the past myself, and this event was fairly extraordinary in terms of a 3+ inch rainfall, but even the Wetlands Protection Act wants you to look at flood storage under even more severe weather conditions. So that'll be a factor in any of the future permitting of a project on that site. As to whether the tree cutting issue and the microclimate issues, those trees are outside of our jurisdiction. And even though there are lots of impacts from tree cutting that certainly don't like myself, that there's no jurisdictional issue there that we could exert in that case. And I think I'm going to stop there and let some other people talk. I probably had some other points, but it's late. But I think it's time for me to let other people comment. And you can also comment back yourselves. Carol?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on this hydrologic connection, right? And I think what we're referring to the same thing. Was, I guess it's water that was flowing along the south side of Farm Road. It crosses under, or had been crossing under Farm Road through some kind of culvert and onto the property. And I do remember that back when we permitted that particular house, that proposed house, that the water was flowing out of some kind of drain into an area there that was defined as wetlands. And then from there, it was flowing, I think, or seeping into the abutters property, which is the Moore's property. I did look at the presentation that Brian sent around, and you can see on Mass Mapper something called a hydrologic connection. And I think one of the things I'm most concerned about is what Brian brought up about when you change a hydrologic connection, how does it impact wetlands downstream, right? So this is all part of a big connected wetland system. And I know we just were out there at the Moore's property because they were permitted for septic system. There's a big wetlands back there. So by cutting off that flow of water, what impact is that having on the wetlands? And I do understand that there were some municipal issues around why that was decided to, cut that water off, but it does change or could change the wetland hydrology in the area. And so I think that's one thing we do need to think about. I mean, I'm not saying I have the answer tonight. I don't, but I think it's something that we should explore because it's something that as a commission, I personally haven't dealt with before, where there was an actual change, a substantial enough change in the hydrology to make that happen, with the exception of Silverwood Farm, which was a pretty massive violation. So I guess I would bring up that one thing that is something that I think we as commission should look into, what kind of jurisdiction we have, how much, what should we be looking at in terms of that. And then I did want to say I did a quick search, and there was some question about how long orders of conditions last. And I do remember that when we permitted those wells, we specifically wrote into the orders of condition that they were only for single family homes. I agree with Michael that when, something comes back to us specifically about what's going to be built there, then we can act on it. But at the time, I also remember that we felt a little bit uncomfortable as a commission about the fact that we were being asked to permit wells without seeing the actual plans for the development. So in a way, it was an incomplete submission, but we went ahead and did it. And in the order of conditions, we said this is only permitted for single family dwellings to try to be as specific as possible. I would like to find out, I don't know whether it's from town council or who it would be from, what is the step at which we can intervene if the development goes forward using the existing wells for multifamily housing? What, if any, authority do we have at that point to say, okay, the order of conditions is no longer valid? I did check, and orders and condition are valid for 3 years unless an extension is requested by the property owner or the applicant, which implies to me that the property owner has a lot of control there. They can request to extend it. It gives the developer the opportunity to, extend their development if they wish. But I think one thing I don't know, and maybe Michael or Courtney or Joyce may have a better sense of, if the proposal changes to multi-housing, how does that impact the order of conditions? How would we even be notified about that?
Because they'll have to file a whole new permit.
He can only put in wells. There's nothing else he could do with that.
Yeah, but he could put in,
condition.
but then he could put in a well for much larger housing. It wasn't I guess it goes back to the
Single-family
Board of Health.
house.
Are you saying then Board of Health would have to go back and say, well, the original well was,
Right, I think that there's, I think that,
I mean, I'd like to have town council's advice on this, to be very honest.
On what specifically?
Well,
I'm having trouble following, I'm
well,
sorry.
on the order of conditions, we specifically said it was only for a single family home.
Yeah,
So if those wells are used for anything else, what is our legal position on that? I think we should know.
I don't know that he can't, I guess for me, it's like a chicken and an egg, like he can't use them for anything else because he can't do anything else in the area until he puts in a new permit.
I think it'd be good to get.
He can't even build single family homes unless they're way outside of jurisdiction.
May I
He doesn't
interject
have to
one
come
small?
back to us about it. Anyways, I think other people wanted to speak.
Sorry, I just wanted to interject one small point here. I recall that as a commission, you were so worried about this permitting of wells when there wasn't a plan in front of you, that you agreed with our expert who said that this is only for the well installation and not for actually pumping water out of the wells. And that's
Right.
in the record from your meeting when that NOI was approved.
right, he would have, if he wants to use it for more than a single family house, and he's gonna have to do permitting for all of the water testing. As we said, we broke it down so that the water testing itself would have to require another permit. And then in that case, we would have to, we could deal with some of the concerns that we all have about what this might be, so that it's, I just want to answer that issue. We can go back to the water pump, I guess. Well, I want to come back to the water issue, but we're focusing on this well issue, if that's what you want to comment on, Mary.
Yeah,
or
sorry. Thank you, Michael.
that I'd like to just keep it to that issue before we go on.
Yeah,
to this.
sorry. Thank you, Michael. I just wanted to say that I've done a lot of research again, and I think there's a pattern of, developers using single family wells and sort of clustering them together to achieve multifamily water supplies. And I know the Board of Health is working on their regulations to clarify that, which is terrific. But we're worried that, it's going to be a situation where the wells are in the ground and it suddenly is, somehow acceptable that these could be used as opposed to having to go with a public water supply, especially if it's such a large development as has been proposed. So that's really our concern there.
And that probably has to be regulated through the Board of Health, because we don't control whether someone can put in a public water supply or not. I mean, we can condition, like Michael said, like to do that testing, there's like a massive amount of water pumping, right, Michael?
Oh, yes, depending on what scale, but right.
Right.
So it has to come back to us in that sense, but right, I don't think that, I think we understand this. I think the idea that something is going to be affected by somehow questioning the ongoing, whether that's going to be used to get ahead of them and say that there's something we want to do, which if I get the issue from what you're looking at, Carol, is that somehow we could say, well, you're not doing a single family, therefore are we going to do something about the validity of this order of conditions? I think that's.
I wasn't actually suggesting that. I was saying more, how do we then come back into the process if it's changed? Do you know what I'm saying?
Because if it's changed, the water testing alone will force it to come back into the process, because in order to do the testing, if they want to do something more than a single family house, use it for public water or something else, then that would require a water pumping regime that would come back before us. So therefore, is the way I view that issue. Arthur, would you like to say something about this? You're muted.
Okay. I think, as I wrote in the chat, I support what Brian and Mary have said, and that what Neil said as well. The only thing I wanted to mention in addition to that, and this, because it's been a while since the original issue came up, is just to reinforce the idea that I think the commission has a special responsibility, given how 55, 65 and the adjacent parcel were divided up to be a steward of the environment and what should be, I think, within the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission more than maybe just a typical case in Sherborn, because the parcel adjacent to 65 was specifically deeded to the Conservation Commission. And I think the idea behind that was that with an easement over what could be constructed or frankly not constructed on 55 and 65 Farm Road, and the idea being that if there's a legal, or if maybe not legal, at least a moral obligation to be a special steward over those properties and what happens on them in terms of what the commission has the authority and the ability and the obligation to oversee. That was it. Thank you.
Sure. No, I can only say that we spent a lot of time and hours every month trying to do our job in terms of environmental protection. Unfortunately, in the cases of wetland protection, we are limited to legal constraints as to what we can look for and do. And some people consider that we might go too far in terms of our protections. We spend a lot of time protecting the buffer zone, as you might have seen tonight. And we take our charge extremely seriously. And therefore, I would like to say that we do our best within and to follow out the protection, to protect the interests of the wetlands in terms of water, in terms of water quality and all the other issues that wetland protection is based on. And I can only say that we will do what we certainly will do. We can't enter into the world of morality because that's beyond our legal bases. But we are certainly trying to do that, and I hope that our actions show that. To be honest, sometimes I don't want to be defensive at all about it, but I think we spend a lot of time working on these kind of issues and looking after the interests of town residents. Just as tonight, when we're trying to deal with issues, fine line about in general, like application of pesticides and other kind of things and fertilizers, we're trying to look after the water quality of all the residents in town, since we all share a resource. But I guess I want to make a comment to something else that Carol said about hydrology, but Arthur, would you like to say something back?
Yeah, I don't know if I was entirely clear, and this is an issue that I think that was brought up probably over a year ago by now. I can't remember, but just the both 55 and 65 Farm Road had easements on their deeds, and the authority to enforce the easement was conveyed to each of those separate properties, but also to the property that was specifically conveyed to the Conservation Commission. So I actually do think there is a legal obligation, but apart from a moral obligation,
I don't know what
in addition to
55.
what you were saying.
Yeah, no, I would, to the extent that there is an easement, we would certainly be within our jurisdiction to exercise that. I mean, I'm not quite sure where the easement was on the 55 at the current site, and I think we dealt with I think the easement had come up on the Wells one on the bigger property, but I think it'll certainly figure again when when an actual project comes before us, that we would certainly, I certainly would like to think that we will be doing our duty to deal with the easement issues. And we're also looking forward to the fact that citizens like yourselves will be there to remind us of that when that comes up, since we all have to do it together sometimes.
Michael, can you remind me anyway of what these easements?
No, I don't remember it very well. It's on the edge of the property on the big one. I don't remember one on 55, but given the lateness of the hour, I don't want to spend time on figuring out what that is. I think it's an issue we will have to address when something comes forward. And if somebody, and in addition, if you want to look at you and Joyce or with Arthur, maybe Carol, you could reach out
Yeah.
And we could be better prepared about what that, to make sure that we've fully recognized what that easement is. But I think that came up when we were doing the other one. As to, I'm going to move on to the issue of the water supply. I mean, one of the issues is that what I see is that people talk about water courses and look at stuff online or USGS. For example, we have to deal with what's on the ground. We don't see a surface water connection between the pond and the wetland area towards 55 or the air there when we were doing our permitting. And the water connection that's coming across the street and that hydrology change, to the extent that it's an illicit discharge, I'm not sure that we can go back and say, oh, yes, this is a discharge. To your point, Carol, it's like, oh, wow, there was some water of who knows what quantity was coming across at times. And that was part of coming across from on the other side of Farm Road. That was an illicit discharge that we have to deal with. I have to think about whether there's some way to say, wow, now no longer is a certain amount of water possibly going along the road and through the conduit underneath the driveway for 55. And that is causing a hydraulic change. And to what extent that is anything that we would, I guess
Michael, can I just quickly show my screen so you can see the mass mapper, people can see it?
But
Because
mass mapper to me, okay, you can show it to me. I don't find mass mapper to be useful when we have to look at what's on the ground. But please do.
If it's not a river, if it's not a stream.
See, is it showing it right now? I have two screens.
I see a screen, I see something there.
Wait, are you seeing mass mapper?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And it is showing the wetlands hydrologic connection that's mapped by across the Farm Road corridor there. Yes.
I think, well, what's interesting too is that I mean, as I said about the hydrologic aspect, is it really seems to be pouring, sending water here. Now, I can't remember, I'm pretty sure we
But
were.
again, I'm going to say, we can talk about this separately. It's very late. I find this, that this might be on mass mapper, but I have trouble with dealing with seeing with this versus what's on the reality on the ground. I mean, that's a big wetland and there's other things flowing into that. And there's a lot of sources of water to that, but dealing with how much we can deal with the fact of an illicit discharge and whether that's a significant hydrologic impact is an issue that whereas this might not be what people want to hear. I have trouble thinking of that as a significant hydrologic impact for something that we didn't see wetlands along that. Of course, we barely, and that it's on the map there, but I don't know where we go with the fact that it's an illicit discharge.
We also don't necessarily regulate hydrologic connection.
I don't know. We've never talked about it, so I have no idea.
It's not a resource area. That's the issue. We don't just regulate water wherever it goes. It's like it has to fit into specific categories. And in terms of whether or not it impacts that large wetland, I mean, I think we've seen with other cases that the commission has had gone to litigation, like you really can't have like a theoretical impact. It's got to be pretty direct.
That's true.
Well, sorry, Neil has his hand up.
Yeah, Neil, why don't Neil and Mary go?
So what I would just say is very simply, I just want to make sure that the facts are correct. So number one, the town blocked the pipe that came underneath the road, all right, which obviously caused some of the water. Yes, there is an illicit discharge, which I'm aware of, which has been there for about 40 years, probably. And last point becomes, last Friday, the illicit discharge was blocked. I took a video on Saturday, and I just want to point out that there was still a river flowing down Farm Road. So when we
Yes.
talk about the illicit discharge, well, I do believe it contributed, right, to the problem. I would say it is not the entire problem. The problem is the flow that used to come in there from various sources has now been blocked from coming across the street, which was a water course, which the town took action to block that. So I understand it may not fall underneath your jurisdiction, but I just want to point out that if you would like to see that video, if it's of any value, I have that video
All
from
right, I have
Saturday
one
after
too.
it was blocked.
I have one too.
Yeah.
And I've
Thank you.
seen it on many occasions, and right, it's an issue that I think, I don't know whether Sean wants to comment on at this point, or at some point, there's gonna have to be there'll be some addressing of that issue in a different forum than ours. And I don't think this is the kind of issue that we're gonna say that essentially we have a basis. That there's somehow that this water flow has to be reestablished for wetland jurisdiction issues is something that at the moment I don't think is something that's an appropriate path to deal with this. But okay, sorry, Mary, I assume, Neil, were you finished? I see your hand up still, or Mary can go.
Yeah, thanks,
Also-
Michael.
Yeah, all set, thank you.
I would just say, you know, I hear what you're saying. There sounds like there's a stormwater issue. It sounds like there's some, you know, other issues that need to be resolved, but the water is coming down the hill. It's coming down from Mount Misery. It's, you know, that house has been here for over, I think, 200 years. And, you know, it's not that, you know, their basement is suddenly the cause of, they don't have a swimming pool in their basement that's causing groundwater to come up. You know, so I would just say, like, there is water. We know it's heading this way. We know it's going all into our backyard where it's really wet. And we just appreciate that you guys are mindful of, you know, these conditions. And when something comes before you, we appreciate that you're going to be careful to rule on it. And, you know, to the point of the wells, I just hope that, you know, if those wells do go in and he hasn't gone for another order of conditions, that we don't end up, you know, in a default situation, because I think that would be a shame.
Agreed. I think we have protection. I mean, I think the process is in place is that it shouldn't have that kind of, that something would slip under the radar, so to speak, or whatever you want to call it, that there'll be appropriate review. And I know that we'll certainly have, as I said before, we'll have the vigilance of yourselves to help us with that. Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see once the illicit discharge is addressed, whether there still is a hydrologic problem there. That would be of particular interest to me, to see how this gets resolved and whether it addresses the issue.
You know,
there.
if only someone had some test wells spattered all across that land at 55, 53, 65. You know, if only someone had thought to put some test wells out there, we could go measure what was in them. If we could get access to the land, that would tell you where the hydraulic head potential is for groundwater, which would tell you whether that feature that was put in the house and the foundation is essentially acting as an earthen dam.
I guess
I mean, that would be an interesting information to find out, but again, that would be like a big reach for our commission in terms of what would be in our jurisdiction or defensible or.
Right, and plus the idea of the fountain, right, I mean, there's possibly the drainage from across the street. But I guess we haven't seen anything coming from the pond that goes over there.
I don't want to I want to hear everybody's concerns, but I don't think we can discuss this at midnight. You know, I want you guys to put everything on record and we hear everything that you say so that we can be aware going forward with anything that's coming down the road in terms of applications. You know, I don't think we're going to get this settled tonight. And I'm just mindful of the fact that it's midnight and I've been here since 7.
And I guess we have to be clear that at this point, Carol might want to investigate a little of something about order of conditions or something, but at this point, I'm not sure that there's anything actionable other than waiting to see how it plays out with the water from across the street. I guess I'm trying to be practical and pointed maybe, and maybe I'm missing something, and you could, in another meeting, we could discuss it, that I'm not sure there's anything actionable now for us as a commission to work on, shy of being our vigilance when there's a project that goes in there. That at this point, just want to be clear that I don't think that I see anything that I have to work on. Trying to just be practical about what it is we can do now. And maybe at this late hour, I'm missing something, but shy of hoping the resolution of the water from across the street, I don't see anything at the moment other than documenting existing conditions on the property, which we can do from the street, and continuing to do that. Unless I've missed something. Or maybe we just need to have a discussion at a more reasonable hour.
Well, I mean, the one thing I would say is that I really appreciate that people who live in the area are reporting on what they're seeing, because we, as a commission, we can't be there all the time. So it's a great idea to document it and let us know.
Okay.
I agree. Okay, well, we're logging everything as best we can. We appreciate you hearing us tonight. I know it's a very late hour, but I keep recalling how insistent the applicant was about, you owe me due process. You need to act on these wells. You need to approve these. And now he's moving forward with an entirely different project. And I'm concerned that, the hydrology of the area, I know it's not necessarily in your purview or jurisdiction, but my concerns are that there could be like a catastrophic issue up here if we ignore the fact that he's essentially built this giant earthen dam in the middle of what used to be like this little gentle sloping valley. Regardless of the implications of the stormwater drain, at the time that drain was installed and the foundation some put in everything, I believe that, the parcels were subject to a covenant that was supposed to run in perpetuity to keep one house on each lot. So everyone had plenty of room to put the stormwater and wasn't worried about it. But again, he's found his way around that one too. So I'm sure we'll see what happens at the next chess move. And thank you very much for hearing us tonight.
Sure. We can open discussion another time if other things come up. And we'll all keep an eye on what's going on and how it develops. Anybody else want to make any further comments before we adjourn? I don't think we have anything. I don't even know if I see Joyce here anymore. Oh, there's Joyce. Do we have any other issues? I think we're done.
And I think, by the way, this is a record. This is the latest meeting I've been on.
There's a motion on the table.
I've been on for longer, but in the long past. Okay, I move to adjourn at 12:02.
I already moved it. You seconded.
I second. Any discussion? I don't think there is any. Okay, roll call vote. Michael, aye. Jacob?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Courtney?
Aye.
Carol?
Aye.
Anybody else want to vote?
I think Joyce votes aye.
Yeah, we've all, its meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Time and patience.
Thank you. Have a good night. Get some sleep.
Bye.